Right, let's get this started. You'll see a little bottle of rum. What's left? That's what I drank that night. So I've got a little bit left. So I thought I'd finish that tonight as well. Welcome, guys. Thank you for the raid, old school Kodo. Wow. Okay, no, you came in quick. I didn't see that. I may as well. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the raid, old school Kodo, and thank you everyone that's come along. What were you doing tonight, old school Kodo? Were you doing more Minter stuff? Let me say hello to everybody as well. So, hi, Mr. G, Andy Magic Knight, Pro7, Old School Coder, of course, Steps, Dr. Goggles, Prince Phase, Akmuffin. It's okay to code the tile editor on stream. Nah, it's not. It's not proper code, is it? It's JavaScript. Crazy UK, Mad Beagle. Mic muted on your end. Oh, okay. CB Meets as well. How did you manage that? I do have different channels for the sound. I don't know if it streams like that, but I wouldn't have thought so. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, welcome on, guys. So I did a little bit of work today on the tile editor. Let me show you where I got to. It's really basic changes, nothing fancy. Wow, special skills there. Let's close the dev panel. Okay, so all I've done is I've added in a few little things that are going to make my life a bit easier for this, because we keep repeating the same things as well. Oh, and Zerful as well. Welcome to the stream. I missed that. And Microman as well. Hey, guys. Yeah, so I've added a couple of tiny little pieces into this to help me a little bit. So one of them is these collisions here, so I can now assign collisions to various things. It's kind of a slow process because I have to go into each tile and kind of set its collision. And if I set a collision to solid, it will be outlined in yellow so I can see, so I can just turn them on and off. I was hoping it would draw it in the map, but apparently not. So I wonder if I try and draw something in the map with it. No, okay, it doesn't update the map with that. So I need to update it so I can actually see the collision on here as well, because that would be really useful. Actually, I do need to turn that music down ever so slightly. It's just a little bit loud in my ear. I also fixed, there was a bug in this where it wasn't retaining the colors on these tiles. So you can see here it's got the wrong colors. So I've fixed that now so I can actually set colors and they'll appear. It just makes this, I mean, it doesn't really matter in here. It's here where it matters, and this is fine. But it was just a bug that was annoying me. I've also labeled the set numbers as well, because I had two tile sets in here. So the set 0 and set 1, and because the tile sets look the same, it's important that I set this number up here, else I won't know which one I'm editing. But I should be able to change all the palettes on these as well as I go through. So that's one thing I've done. Actually, that's the majority of what I've done. The other thing I did do though was on the export. So if I just export this now, I export this to here, and then go and have a look in the folder. I've now got collisions being exported as well, so they're being exported so we can replace this this crazy list that we've got in here. So I'm going to try importing that in a minute and see if that works. And the other thing I did was create this file as well. So if I show that here, which basically replaces this data here. So at the moment it just has blanks where the dialogues are, so you still have to put the dialogues in manually, which is fine. But what it does do is it includes this north, south, east, west room data in the actual output, and it exports every single map into a list like this, including the ones that are blank. So what it's doing at the moment, and it's maybe something I change later on, obviously to save a bit of memory, is it is taking every single screen that sits within the rectangle of the full screen. In fact, I think it's taking one more because it seems to be doing stuff over here as well, and exports those and works out what screen is above and below it. So we'll try that out in a minute as well, just to make sure that that's working. So first thing I want to do is just test the collision out, but before I do that, I'm going to start on the wine. So I've got a bottle of the Co-op Lime Tree Merlot from Australia, because it was actually quite nice. So I'm going to drink that tonight. And then if I've got time towards the end and I run out of wine, I'm going to drink the remainder of the rum. I can go there. So yeah, that's the aim for tonight anyway, is to get the collision working on two different screens. We can start stripping out characters that apply only to the new timeline, so we can start removing ladders and things like that, and making sure that ladders only work in one screen and that bridges only work in the other. And we can import all the screens as well. But what I want to do first is just check a single collision table. So we've already got a collision table, so I'm just going to comment this section out. Hopefully this is big enough. Hey, old school coder, thanks for the raid, dude. Were you doing more Minter Grid Runner tonight? Won't get any of those wines. You probably struggle to get a Co-op wine because it's a very British brand, I guess. But the other wines you should be able to do. But I'm not sure. You can probably get it. I'm guessing Co-op aren't the only people who get this. I'm guessing there is it's a kind of, it's a brand that they sell to all the supermarkets, I'd imagine. So you can probably find a version of it from whatever your local supermarkets are. I have to say that Chateau Neuf I had the other night was delicious, but it was really difficult to drink. I mean, I felt so drunk after one bottle. Well, after half of the bottle actually. Mind you, I was drinking cider as well, but it hit me really quickly, so that's why it took me so long to drink it. I mean, it was like almost a 7-hour stream, and it took me a while to drink it. Oh, it's not just you then. No, it is strong, definitely. It just decoded the control system of the game. It's always interesting to see how different devs do that. So there's a few different ways to handle controls. I tend to do it a little bit differently to most. I think most devs roll the bits off or shift the bits off as they go along. I tend to just record the value and then and it when I need it. Saves me pushing that value around or anything, but it doesn't really save much time doing it either way. So it's just whatever takes your fancy, really. For me, I just find that the easier way of doing it. Okay, so I want to just import the first collisions here because it's using both. It's using one collision setup for export. It's using one set of collisions for the screen. So this will be the first thing we have to do. We'll have to change this to work on both. And this is, I'm basically going to fall through everything now except for the crate. So that's what I'm fully expecting to happen here because I don't have any of the collisions set. So we'll go through. Yeah. Okay. So we'll go through that now and make sure that that's working fine. Also, I noticed there it seemed to give me half of a screen. I'm not sure why. So I'm just wondering, have I done something wrong over here? Oh no, it's because I'm now importing this screen data as well. So I should probably import the screen data. Okay, so let's do that as well then. Let's do this, and let's just import that file. So I can't remember how to import files now, so I'm gonna have to go and look for that. We'll leave collision open. Going to need that. Probably going to need player. I'm not going to need map. Okay. Okay, so it's as simple as that. It's just include. Okay. So I'm going to drop this in here, and this will be source assets export screen imports. So it'll be interesting to see what we get here. Okay, so we've got a small error here, because that should probably be that. It's relative to the folder that your file is in rather than... Okay, yeah, so it is creating the map and it seems to be going properly through it, but we need to set a new start position. So let's set a new start position. So I don't know how these screens are working actually at the moment. Let's just have a look actually. What happens when I fall down here? So actually it looks like the directions might be wrong, but we can fix that in a minute. Let's start by adding the collision in for one side. So it's a slow process, this, but it needs to be done. And I know it's not going to be easy for you guys to see, unfortunately, because I can't really make this much bigger. I don't have any scaling on this window. But basically, I'm just going to go through all the ground pieces and make them solid, which will hopefully add little yellow boxes around them like this. So again, as I say, this is going to be a very slow process, but I'll try and do it as quickly as I can. It'd be nice if I could select multiple here, but I didn't have time. I did all these additions with about 2 hours left before the stream, so I really didn't have a lot of time to do this. See, some of them can be left, right? If they're not a lot of, if they're not kind of full like this one here, you can see how it's only filling a little bit here. I can probably leave that. Same here with these ones here, very tiny amounts, don't really matter. And then what I'll do is I'll use the code for the editor to copy these collisions over to the other side, to the other tile set, because they're not in this side either. You can see how the yellow boxes appear, but I can cheat that with the code, which shouldn't take too long to do. Let's just get all these in first. Also, I'm going to set these to the right colors as well. It's good to see them correctly, I guess. So those are these bits here. Yeah, there's definitely some discrepancy with the way that the connections are done. So I might have to look at that in a minute. I've probably made a mistake somewhere. So I haven't tested any of this. I just wrote it, tested that it exported and left it at that. I do have to do music soon, so I'm thinking on one of the upcoming streams, I'm probably going to start looking at doing that. I'll be honest, I'm not looking forward to it because I know nothing about writing music players. I've never done one before. I only know what I think is what happens in like C64 trackers and stuff. So I'm just going to be doing a best guess, really. But I'm not going to just jump straight into that. I'm going to see if there is one available that I can use that's easy enough to change for my purposes. Because there might very well be something I can use. It'd be a shame to not use something like that. So, okay, this is the majority of the walls, and then really all I've got left is the doors. See, what's that? That looks like a piece of grass. So I don't even see where that is. Is that in here somewhere? I think that's grass. Yeah. But it isn't anywhere. I mean, it would be out here, I guess. So I'm just going to leave that. I don't think that's solid. Those are definitely solid. The columns are definitely solid. Airwolf remix for Dot, and it needs a secret room too with a helicopter. Well, this is the sort of place you would see Airwolf according to the game, anyway. It's kind of funny out there. I mean, I guess, as has been said before, they went to make Fort Apocalypse 2, and just decided to tie it in with the license for Airwolf, which is why it's unlike probably any episode of Airwolf. That's why the helicopter is underground. Okay, so doors are a little bit different. So I have to set them to solid, and then I have to tick which door color it is. So which is why I wanted to fix the palette so it wasn't hard to figure out. So that's those. Everything else can stay the same for now. Oh, terminal. I'll add that in as well. Terminal. And I get, what's that there? Oh, that's the post. What's that? That's the other side of the post. So this is spiked. So death we haven't done yet, but I'm going to add the deaths in now. Oh, what have I missed? List of trackers there is. Forget. Yeah, so I've seen a couple of those, but what I need to do is I need to find one that in fact I think I've got that exact link. But what I need to do is I need to find one that is capable of doing the music in the way I need to do it for this. So one of the things I need to be able to do is change the waveforms of the patterns on the fly. So to switch between the old and new world music. So that's going to be a bit trickier, I think. Not impossible, but I think I need to either find one that can do that, which I think is going to be unlikely, or I need to find one with code that's easy to change. Because it's one thing having the sequences, but quite a lot of those don't have players as well, which is very frustrating. I've also been offered from Thalamus the I think it's a port of Rob Hubbard's C64 player, but for the Game Boy. So that's kind of interesting. I might be able to make use of that, which would be nice. I need to look at them all. Of course, it would be nice to write it myself from scratch, but I'm not adverse to kind of using something like that borrowed from somewhere else. Okay, that's all the collision done. So let me drop these. Sport this now. So I think it's going to display the wrong screens as we fall, but hopefully we should land on things now. Okay, cool. So the collision seems to be working, but the screens that you fall into are definitely wrong. So I'm going to take a quick look at the code. I apologize in advance for anybody who's a JavaScript coder for the mess that you're about to see, but this is what happens when you rush things the way I've been rushing things. So and also this is just for me, so I really don't care what it looks like to everyone else, if I'm honest. Okay, so this is the directional stuff. So if it's up, so this is up. So if J is our height. So if it's 0, then I push -1 because you can't go up. Otherwise, I push the calculated screen, which is J times width, J -1 times width plus I. So this looks like it is fine. I don't see anything particularly wrong with this. So then I need to start looking. I guess I need to look into the data. So are you going to do the same tune for the Game Boy version as CC? That's what I'm going to try and do. Yeah, I want to try and keep it as close to the original as possible. I think the original tune kind of fits the game quite well, so it'd be good to kind of do that. The only thing that looks odd to you is the missing semicolons. Yeah. You know what? That's probably my worst habit from JavaScript is that I do I still kind of got that C mentality and C sharp mentality where occasionally I will stick a semicolon on the end. So you will see it now and again. Like, there you go, there's one. So I still do it, but because it doesn't need them at all. I've got into the habit of not doing it. So now it's very kind of it's a mishmash. Sometimes they're in there. They're more often than not, they're not in there, but I do occasionally kind of put them in. Just, I don't know why, my habit just I just, every now and again I just type it without thinking, and then I don't, it doesn't throw an error, so it just sits there. Okay. Okay, I think I don't see any reason why this wouldn't work. So what I want to do is I want to take a look at the actual data in the screens as well. So we've got what looks to be, I'm just trying to work out if this is, I'm guessing this is X and Y, so I shouldn't have closed that, I should have kept that open. Screen IJ, yeah, so I is the X and J is the, I should have done this as X and Y rather than I and J, but whatever. Also, look at it, you can tell I do this on different days. So here I'm using the ES6 kind of string templates, and here I'm using good old concatenation. So okay, so it's done XY, but if I look at the map, I'm pretty sure the map is not actually rectangular. I think it's square. I think it's a full 5x5 square. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it should be 5x5, but I'm seeing 6x5 here. So it's drawing one extra row in, and I don't know where it's drawing that row in or what effect that's having. Maybe it's coming from the top here. Shouldn't be doing that. Damn it. I really didn't want to have to manually put the screen directions in. But it looks like I might have to. Well, let's have a look where it actually puts us. And then we can use that to work out kind of what we think it's doing. So it puts us on this screen now. I'm not sure what screen that is, but it's gone down one screen. So if we look at the map editor, that is this screen here, and it doesn't make any sense that has been pointed to from somewhere else. That looks completely wrong. Interesting. And what happens if we go off this side? Where do we end up? Okay, so we've gone off this side and ended up here. So it's gone down one here. Okay. So it's definitely going to be this algorithm that's wrong somehow. So I went down there. I went right. So I did this one, and this is what it gave me. It gave me my current location is this in terms of screen numbers, and then I added one to it. So problem is I don't know what screen I'm on here. God, okay. Oh yeah, let me add some points. Oh, let me turn the races on as well. So I've set the races to be 15 minutes instead of 8 to try and limit the spam a little bit. So the races will appear a little less often than they did before. But you'll still get about 4 an hour or so. It's just getting really, really hard to catch up with the chat. So I'm just kind of toning them back a little bit. I'll still turn them on at the breaks, so they'll still be very frequent at the breaks, but less frequent at other times. Thank you very much for the follow, Joe Fish 19. I just want to say as well, I got the whole the whole order of who did what on that video wrong, and I just want to correct myself. So I did keep saying that Foray had made that video. He didn't. Foray clipped that video, and then Mad Beagle took the video and updated it, and turned it into the MGM thing, and then Chroma Sundrift slowed it down. So there we go. Once and for all, give credit to the right people. Oh, nice win there for Old School Coder and Steps as well. Wrong winner. I'm not sure what you mean there, Atkinson. Did something go wrong then? If something went wrong, please clip it. Or did Atkinson just bet on the... Oh, right. He means he lost. Okay. And the other thing I've done today as well, so if anybody's looking for old episodes of the Checkanoid stream, I'm going to start removing those after one. They're going to stay on the VODs for about a week, and then I'm going to remove them from the VODs. And the reason I'm doing that is because they're now Patreon exclusive. I'll leave them on the VODs because I know some people can't always catch the stream straight away. So you will have like 7 days to catch up and watch those. But if you want to kind of to view those after 7 days, you need to be a Twitch subscriber or a Patreon subscriber. Thanks for the bit, Sandy, and congratulations on the job, dude. I will be giving you a list of things I want. Thanks. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, and the other thing I've done for Patreon as well is I've added links to every single video, every stream that I've done, coding stream. I've missed out that, like I did the Raspberry Pi build. I've missed that out for now anyway. I've still got the video, but I don't think it's that useful. And I've put them all into Google Drive as well. So you've got direct download links for all the videos instead of having to use like YouTube downloaders and stuff, which will destroy the quality a little bit. You've now got kind of direct links, and that's from Patreon and Twitch subscribers as well. I'll change the link to those every month, so it's just to make sure that those who continue to subscribe continue to have access, and those who don't lose the access. It's kind of daft how I have to do it, really, but that's the way it works. So that's another patron thing, and the Checkanoid streams will be in that folder in Google Drive. They'll also be put onto YouTube, but they'll be private, so they won't go public for at least 3 months. They will eventually go onto public YouTube, but the first couple of months they'll stay off there, and I'll be posting in the subscriber only channel in Discord and in Patreon when I update that. Update the link and include new Checkanoid videos, just to kind of give patrons and subscribers a little bit extra for their support, because everybody benefits from the giveaways. So I want to make sure that the patrons have something that they can benefit from as well. Anyway, right, on with the code. Okay, so this is an assembly, this is JavaScript. Right, okay. My brain had to switch modes then. So why is it showing the wrong screen? This is what I want to know. Okay, what is going on here? Where are these screens being pulled from? It's been so long since I did this, I cannot remember how these screens are built. So I think this is looking for the width or something. Yes. Screen tiles. Okay. Oh, okay. So I think I'm drawing everything in. I think I'm drawing the whole map into an array. But I'm doing it. So if you draw onto the left and the top side, then it shifts everything across, so you can keep kind of going in. So let me show you what is wrong. So at the moment, what's wrong is I'm appearing on the wrong screens. so the link between screens is just wrong for some reason. I'm trying to work out what it is that's wrong here. So if I was to just put well, actually, let's have a look. If I just put 0 in here, let me just get rid of this block of code. The problem is I need to know which screen it's grabbing. I'm not entirely sure which screen it's grabbing here. Like it seems to be doing one extra 1 2 3 4, so one extra across, so 5. It's only 5 wide, but it's like there's an extra row in here somewhere, an extra column in here, which makes me think it's maybe on this side. I'm not entirely sure. Well, actually, I can find out by just drawing. Let me just try drawing some stuff in here. So if I pick a tile like that, yeah, so it is this extra column over here. So because it hasn't added anything extra in here, it's just done that. And if I put an extra dot in here now, it will actually add a new. Or not. That hasn't added anything extra in at all. 3, 6, 7. So that should be 7. Oh no, it has. There you go. Look. Okay, so that did add extra ones in there. So if I, what does that one do? Get rid of all of those. It's taking its time as well. It's throwing any errors in here, is it? No, okay. There we go. I was putting it in the wrong folder, that's why. There we go. Okay. I need to get rid of that other folder because it's confusing. Set source, this one here. This was my test folder while I was messing around. As well. There we go. Okay, so we've got 6 screens across, which is exactly what we're seeing here. So this is the order of screens here. So 0 here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we start on screen 4, we should see the stars at the top, and then we can use that as a. Oh crap! I haven't put the. Let me put the directional stuff back in. How's everybody's Tuesday been? Mine's been a bit weird today. I've not felt great today. I got up quite early and I ended up just kind of going back to bed. I just didn't feel good at all, which is why I've kind of left this so late. Okay, so we know this is the top corner here now, so I don't really care about how it exports. But yeah, it was a bit depressing. Oh, let me clear that folder just to make sure as well. It was a bit depressing. I just didn't feel very good, so which is why I've got the rum out as well. Yours was good. Yeah, that's a really nice outcome for you today. I'm really pleased for you because you've been a bit worried about that. So it's always good news to have that sort of thing. So really pleased for you. Okay, so let's set screen. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we set screen 4, we're hopefully going to see this screen up here. So this is kind of where the ship lands at the beginning, which is something I was going to do that tonight, and then I thought, no, let's get the rest of the game in. So okay, right. So let's try changing the start screen then. So the start screen is in here somewhere. So let's change it to 4. See if that starts us in the right place. No. Okay, it did not. Okay, so let's try 5. I have a feeling it's not. Yeah, it's. What? Okay. I could do with a screen number marker, couldn't I? I could do with knowing what my current screen is. Let me find where that is in here. Current screen D019. Okay, so the interrupt acknowledgement register, but not on this system. Okay, so it's saying I'm on screen 7. Let's see how it could have possibly got screen 7 from that. So it's actually put me here, which doesn't really make sense unless you count this way, I guess. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that makes more sense. It's counting rows and horizontals differently. Yes, that makes sense. Which makes screen 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, this one here. But in reality, screen 4 would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know why it would come to that one. It's the routine that fills the array with maps. So this is the array, basically. So the array is basically just an array of tiles. And what the routine is doing is it's going through and so previously it was exporting individual screens and it was doing it correctly, and that's actually fine. If I manually import them, they will be fine. The problem is this this extra piece of code that I've done today, which I did without testing, doesn't seem to be working correctly. Oh, hang on, what's this? X. Oh no, this is the. So X here is the position in tiles across the whole map, and same with Y down. And then YY and XX is a loop through that. So it's just actually adding those things into the screen. This is a check that I don't need anymore. This is just checking if the screen is empty. So it was basically ignoring anything that was blank like this. It wasn't bothering exporting those. Whereas now what it's going to do is going to export everything in a neat rectangle. And then this is the up, down, left, right stuff. So what this is doing is checking our iterators here. J being our Y position in terms of number of screens, and then working out if I'm at the top. So if J is 0, then I can't go up. So push -1 as in our direction list. So if you have a look, let me just shrink this side a little bit. Oh, it's already gone on here. Yeah. So we had these markers here, which tell the engine which map to show in each one. But I've obviously made a mistake somewhere. But this looks fine, which is what's bothering me. So I'm just pushing data in here, but I'm just wondering if this data is incorrect for some reason. Space, it's terrible. Tell I was watching this. So, oh, hang on. Of course it's. Oh no, this is fine. I'm just going mad. If we're at the bottom of the screen, otherwise, right. So, well, I'm gonna load the map up with screen 7 and see what happens. So I'm hoping screen 7 shows me in the same spot before. Should have tested this before. I was rushing around so much. This was the last thing I did as well, which is probably why it's so wrong. Oh, we'd set screen 5 actually. Hang on, let me have a look at that. Screen 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would have put me here counting that way, and this is 7. But why would 5? Because 5 should be this way. Actually, would have been here. So why would that have given me this one here? Okay. So we can actually look at what the coordinates are as well. So if I look in RAM, so that's my JavaScript. Hang on, just look in this one. So in the RAM here, we've also got the here north, south, east, west screens here. So as well as D019, which tells us the current screen we're on, D01E will tell us what screen is in what direction. So D019. So D019 is telling us we're on screen 7. And then D01E is saying if we go up, we go to screens. See, this is where it's wrong. Yeah, this is completely wrong. These values are wrong. If this is screen 7, then going up should be 2, going down should be 12. And instead we're getting all sorts of weird values here. So it's these that are wrong. That's fine. Okay, yeah. Okay. So question is, why are they wrong? Is the file wrong? Let's try loading it in. So let's have a look at .cosmos. Who put this on? I say this every time, but the thing I love about this is that the people who rip the tunes only got half of the tune because it's 2 tunes technically. But because I edit the player directly, they can't just rip the tune out. Makes it not impossible, but quite difficult. Okay, so what I can do here, it's yeah, see, look, 7. Here we go. 7 is screen 1, X. Oh yeah, they're going. Yeah, they're going down the screen, but 1 is 7. There's 0 here, 1. That's not 7. What? Okay, what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to change this. So instead of doing this, I'm going to do it here instead. And instead of doing it by pushing into this array, I'm just going to add to the outcode here. So this is up, down, left, right screens. And then this would be DB, and then we can start adding stuff in. So here we're going to basically just add each line in here as it's required. Which means this should show us exactly what's going on here and whether it's right or wrong. Oops. I'm kind of eager to finish my wine because I want the rum. And this is my last opportunity to do this because come Monday I'm going to be back at work, so I have to kind of have all my fun now while I can. Which I definitely will be doing. I really didn't want to do the editor on stream, but it's looking like I kind of need to. Why is that wrong? What have I done? Oh, there we go. Sunday, Monday, rum day. Yes. Rum upgrade hype. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to actually add it into the data a bit differently. So hopefully this should make that file a bit easier to read, rather than include it in the data. So it means we can go in and edit the data if we need to, which it looks like I might have to for now, just until I can work out what the hell is going on here. So what am I doing here? Yeah, source load. Cool. All right. So if I have a look now at I'm loading closing the wrong files. Here we go. The hell is this? Okay, so this kind of makes more sense. Up, down. Okay, so oh no, because left and oh no, it is right. Okay, 6. So this is always going to be +1 from this one here. Oh, it's at the I know what's wrong. The order here is wrong because these should be in order. These should be printed in order in this list. That's the problem. Okay, that's easy enough to sort out. That's easy enough to sort out. See, that's the difference. The moment I move that, I could see straight away. So all I really need to do here is just swap these two around. So I do. So rows is my outer loop and columns is my inner loop. That should fix that issue then. What kind of rum is it? It is red leg. So it's a vanilla spiced rum. It's very nice. So this bottle I drank the other night. When was it? Was it? It was a Saturday stream, wasn't it? I think it wasn't the last Saturday. It was a Saturday before. But everything you see that's gone from that bottle was drank in one night, as well as a bottle of wine as well. Yeah, I have drinking problems. And the problem is I don't have enough to drink. But don't. Oh, I heard about the if this is what you're talking about, also about the the adverts, the midstream adverts. So if you do get an advert, I do apologize, but Twitch have rolled out they're calling it a test, but you know it's going to stick around. So for non-subscribers, you can suddenly get adverts in the middle of the stream, and I have no control over that. I deliberately have adverts turned off on my stream. And apparently we're getting no, they won't get all the money from those ads. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. They're trying to tout it as they're doing it for the streamer, but at the end of the day, on my stream, I don't want people to have adverts at all if I can help it. I know I can't force the pre-roll adverts. That's something that people are just going to have to deal with. I don't know if you get them or not, but I have adverts turned off wherever I can, and now they're forcing random adverts in the middle of a stream. I've got no control over when they happen, and yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, YouTube is kind of bad as well. I do have adverts turned on YouTube, just because it takes me a lot of time and well, it doesn't take me that much time and effort, but I do spend a bit of time doing these things, and it's just for me it's doesn't make a lot, but it makes a couple of dollars a month, which can go towards things like hosting the Google Drive expansion, because I had to expand my Google Drive to the 2 terabyte thing. But yeah, say I've got an important piece of information to give people. Say I'm giving out I don't know the rules of something. Say we're doing the giveaway, right? And I'm trying to give out the rules for the giveaway, and all of a sudden an advert comes up. you're going to miss that, and I don't know that they're coming up. I don't know when they appear. I don't know if I get notified, but yeah, it's really bad. So your YouTube isn't bad. Some others I watch are ads every 3 minutes. Yeah, I think I don't know if you can control that or not. I'm not sure. I just turn monetization on and leave it at that. I don't do end of roll adverts because I think that's just cheeky. You've finished watching the video, you should be allowed to go to another video and not stuck with an advert. That's kind of cheeky to do that. But yeah, it's not really about the money. But if I'm gonna spend some time doing the YouTube thing, then I would like to kind of get a little something out of it. I put most of it back into the stream anyway. The wine doesn't pay for itself. The giveaways are all done with Patreon money. And then there's a few other kind of hosting and things that I do. So it all goes back into it. So like Flubits is paid for through this. The Google Drive is paid through for through this. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think you can control them. But I don't know. I've never looked into it that much. I just hit the monetization button and leave it at that. So all right, let's give this a try. So I think now the data for this should be in the right order. So let me open the other window up, this one. Yeah, you see now these numbers here. So this is the screen numbers and they're in order. So if I'm on screen 0 and I want to go up, I can't. If I want to go left, I can't. If I want to go down, I go down to screen 6. So I think this is right now. So let's give this a try. Okay, it's put me here. Okay, not quite, but at least it put me somewhere then. Okay, so let's have a look at the map again. So I'm going to try putting myself here, which is screen 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It should definitely be 4 this time, so it should be this one. That looks spot on. Okay, cool. So let's compare this to the map as I move around. Okay, so I mean, I should know what this looks like by now. Okay, so there are some places that are wrong. So this is screen 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Which is this one here. And this is saying if I go down, I should go down to screen 10. And that's because it's counting an extra row over here for some reason. So, so that becomes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which is correct. So I'd move down to 10, which is this one. And then I moved left off the screen, which is this one. So I should have gone to screen 9, which is this one here, but I didn't for some reason. So I wonder if these two are the wrong way around. So we can test that theory by going to a screen in the middle somewhere, and like we'll go to this one. No, we'll go to this one here, and we'll move either way and see what we get. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's go to screen 8. Okay, so it's put me in the right place. So that the screen numbering is correct. But I want to see if I go to the left, do I appear on the bridge or do I appear on the previous screen? Okay, I appear on the previous screen. So the left and right are mixed up. Yeah, okay. So that's easy enough to fix in the editor here. So that's these two bits here. So what this is basically doing is checking left and right. I just need to swap these two around. The only other thing I will need to do is put commas on the end here because this is code now, not things. So like so. And cheers as well. Hey, cheers. Welcome to the stream, dude. Welcome along everybody that's come with cheers. How's it going? Hope everything's well. Can't remember, what were you playing as I left? I can't actually remember. You were playing. I know you were playing Power Glove, and I can't remember what you turned it off to play. You'll have to remind me what you're playing. Microhex. Oh no, I didn't see that. I must have left before you loaded it up, I think. But welcome along, everybody. We're just in the middle of just kind of fixing a few minor issues with this editor. So I just updated this editor just before the stream without actually testing the export. So I just need to re-export the maps here and just make sure everything's working fine. Because I've added in some of the stuff we were doing manual on each stream. Oh God, pardon me, that wine's really hitting me. Gassy wine, that is, for some reason. It's not even fizzy wine, so yeah. So we were previously putting kind of which screens were connected together in manually and collision in manually. So I've implemented that now in here, so you can see which kind of elements are solid collision, and it automatically works out which screens connect to which other ones as part of the export. Can't remember if I just pressed export. I think I did, but I'm going to do it again anyway. Oh, preemptive strike. I was going to say, I thought Hayes had done that, but you beat him to it. But yeah, welcome along, guys. So hang on, let me pause that. That should not be on. That's not going to help my my bandwidth. He's already done it again. Wait a minute. You shouldn't be able to queue again. Oh no, it hasn't. It's just eating it. Yeah, so a hidden kind of spam protection is that if you try and request the same tune, it will. Hayes finds a way to spam anyway. It will eat the request but not actually queue the tune up. So I think it's an hour. It might be 90 minutes or something, but I think it's an hour actually. God, do you know what? I'm going to go for a break now while this is on because I can't deal with this. All right, I'll be. In fact, let me just I'll quickly try this because probably makes sense to give it a quick test. Yeah, there we go. It's kind of working now. It's cool. Awesome. All right, cool. So I'm gonna go for a quick break. When I come back, we're gonna test what's there on the level. So I'll change the power so you've got a little bit because normally you will pick something up here, but I've not implemented actions yet. So there'll be action trigger areas, kind of like the dialogues basically, where in fact there will be a dialogue here as well, where when you hit it, it will run a piece of code for you. Hey, Epic Neon Ninja Monkey, what are we fixing altering today? So we're messing with Gameboy Color, and I'm going to go for a break while Hayes's TTS plays out. Thank you for the bits, Hayes, but I'm going to go for a quick break. Back in a second. Oh my god! I get away from one tune, I come back, and this is on. Oh, it's just finished. Thank God. Oh, I like this song. It's ridiculous, but I like it. So it's going up a bit. I should, yeah, I definitely need to plan it around that. Hayes, you're a git. Thank you for the bits, Hayes. You won't let me get away, will you? Oh my god. Anyone here speak Hayes? No. No, no one speaks Hayes. But Hayes barely speaks Hayes. Yeah, so to answer your question, Epic Neo Monkey, we're just working on a Game Boy game. And it's in pretty good nick at the moment. So we're just working on the map editor. So I've got a little map editor that I wrote. And I'm just going to test out a few things on the map editor. So going to just give the player a bit of power so we can do the transition. And then see what. In fact, the transition isn't going to work because there's no collision on the other side. So let's sneak that in. So I can cheat that in the loader. So here's where it loads the project in, and it says update everything. So I'm just going to change this to use the collision attributes for the same, and then save the map out, and that should give me the same collision on both sides. So yeah, it's a Game Boy Color game. So if I load this in now and show the collision and swap tile sets, I've got the same collision on that tile set. I will turn the collision of the ladder off on this tile set and actually delete the ladder, and then the ladder will disappear, which is going to be the first proper test for this. Oh, something has failed there. What has failed? Okay, I'm going to have to debug that at a later time. Okay, I'm not going to do that right now. So let me restart. It will say you've queued it, but you haven't. Trust me, it's not in the list. Let's just copy that collision over and then put it back. So actually, the ladder should be in this one. It shouldn't be in the original one. It should be in this second tile set, but not in the first one. But I'm going to save this project out now. I know I keep doing this. I should not bother doing this because I've got source control. Let's export that to here and then just put my changes back in there. There we go. Right. And give the player some power to begin with. So I'm going to give him 3 bars of power. You wouldn't normally start with 3 bars of power, but if I don't do that, you can't actually do the transition, which you kind of need to do. Also, the bridge is not going to disappear either, so that's a problem. So I do need to mess in the editor. Okay. Damn it, I didn't want to be doing the editor stream tonight, but it's looking more and more like I need to do these things. So let's give it a try. Okay, so where is the bridge? This is the bridge here. And this should be a separate set of characters. I think it's these ones here. If I just put a dot in. Yeah, you can see how it's got the dot on these ones. So, and this is the new timeline. So it should be here, but it shouldn't be in this one. So I'm going to try getting rid of them in there and then getting rid of the ladder in this one. So I'm going to turn the ladder collision off here and here. And turn the solid collision off here. Okay, and then likewise, I'm going to put the bridge in, which I'm going to set the colors for in here. I don't know which one is the bridge here, so let's make a guess. Well, let's not make a guess, do it that way, okay. So it's actually, you can see that the bridge disappears correctly, so that's good. But on this one here, I think this is wrong. I think this needs to be this tile, and that needs to be there. Like that. And then this needs to be there like that. And then hopefully if I swap tile sets, it disappears. So this is actually going to have to be another unique. Oh no, because the waterfall should disappear here as well, so that's fine. Okay, so in this tile set, this waterfall should not be here. So I'm just going to copy that, paste that in here like so, and this will be that like so. There we go. And these are not in this set either, so we can't see these chains. Oh, damn it. Okay. I don't know what that is. I think that might be something different. Can't see that piece. Can't see that piece. Where's the bottom of it? Is that this here? Yeah, it is that. Okay. Okay, good. Right. Let's save that project there. Let's export that. All right, let's give that a try. Okay, so you would normally start on this screen here, around about here. I haven't got the screen over this side, so I can't go that way yet, but then you would walk this way. And you go past a couple of enemies here, and then you get to this screen, and then on the... Oh, I fell straight through, straight away. Okay. So let's have a look. Oh, okay. So the problem we've got now, firstly, this has no collision on it, so I need to put that on. And on this one, it needs removing. But we're not using two types, so we're going to need to add the extra collision in here. So save that. Export it all. Okay, so why can I not... What is going on here? Oh, it's not saving that collision for some reason. Oh, is it keeping reference to... I think it's keeping reference to the... Okay, hang on. What I need to do here then is I need to close this. I need to reload the... Because I made some changes here, it's now keeping a reference to those rather than... Yeah, it's because the JavaScript was just pointing a reference to somewhere else. It was just keeping a record of it. So when I changed it in one place, it was changing them both. But just for the collision. So I'm just going to have to double check the collision again here, right? So ladders, yeah. See, these are saying ladders, and they shouldn't do. Those should have collision. Okay, that's fine. And then in this tile set, it should be different, and this should have ladder on it. There we go. Okay. Not tarmap. Project. Pass by reference is great, but if you forget that you're hacking things, sometimes you can cause those issues. So cool. All right. So the only problem we've got here now is that it's only ever going to use the first collision. So even though I'm going to turn the bridge off, I'm just going to float in midair, I think. So I want this one. So that will be the first kind of the first change to do. So yeah, I can walk on the bridge now, but if I switch timelines, I can still see the freaking. Oh, I can still see this because I'm not changing it. So there's two things we need to do here. We need to change to the new collision, and we need to change the tiles to point to the second tile set, not the first tile set. Okay, that's crazy. At least we get to do some actual assembly now. So first things first, we need to add another collision table in here. So I'm going to change this to collision table 2, and I'm going to import collisions 2 here, which means I can get rid of all of this. Okay, so now we need to find any reference to this collision table and make sure it's using the right spot, which is this bit here. It's getting the char collision. So this value here needs to be pulled depending on whether or not it's collision table 1 or collision table 2. So what's this doing? This is loading the accumulator with the contents of D. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, because it's pushing them back here. No, not sure why it's doing that. Okay. Okay, it's fine. So what we really need to do here is the check for whether we're on where is it? We've got it in here all over the show. Find it somewhere. This basically. So if this is so this is let's call this table selected. Sounds very SQL, something like that. And let's call this table 1, and let's call this table 2. And then at the end of here, I've jumped to table selected. What is this? How do you guys find these tunes? And do you do it on purpose? Yes. Is this requested by Prior7? Yes. I think you do it on purpose, yeah. When can you just wait for the Game Boy Color version? Hopefully relatively soon. It's going pretty quickly. There's not a huge amount to do. But I do want to set up a Kickstarter for this. So I need to find the time to sit down and speak to somebody who's done a successful Kickstarter and can tell me how to do this. Because I do want to release this on actual physical cartridge. There'll be a digital version of it, obviously, but I'd like to release it in a proper box and proper cartridge as well. So it will depend on that, really. So I'm going to put table 2 here and then just hope that that's the right one. And I'm going to clear the carry flag in here. So I can't remember why I'm doing that, so I'm just going to do it there as well. But yeah, I want to get a proper physical cartridge of this done because I think it's I put so much bloody effort into it. I think it's only okay. The collision's the wrong way around now. And I've got a nice collection of Game Boy cartridges, so I'd like to add my cartridge into that as well. I don't know where they are actually. Need to find them. I still need to get cases for them all as well. So it's mostly Game Boy Advance cartridges that I've got at the moment, but I want to start adding Game Boy Color and Game Boy cartridges into it as well. There we go. And now if I change, it should fall down. Okay, perfect. There's supposed to be a ladder here, but I don't see it for some reason. In fact, it's being detected, but it's not being drawn. So that's a bit odd. We need to look into that. There is no death routine, so the spikes aren't going to do anything. I'm just going to fall through them. There was a door there, which I opened straight away. Door won't be there eventually. There is a bridge here, which should disappear, which it's not doing. Okay, so I need to... Oh, I can fall through it, though. Oh, it's because of the tiles. Okay. And now I'm stuck because I would normally die here, but I'm stuck now because I've got no power left. So, okay. Yeah, soft locked myself. Yeah. You'd normally die here, but I haven't done the death routine yet. So, okay. So let's take a look at. First of all, let's take a look at why those ladders disappear, because those ladders shouldn't. You can see the ladder here. Oh, it disappears because it doesn't exist in the first tile set, and we're not switching tile set. Okay. Okay, right. So there is a transition piece of code which should go through and change the. Here we go. Should change the palette on various things here. So now we need to figure out, is this the palette transition? I think it is, because looking at this. Set the shadow look up. No, it's not that. Oh no, I think it is actually. I think that is it. Because this is set in the palette of 0. Transition to new. Okay, so transition to new. Transition to old is this one. Transition to new is this one. Oh, and this is looking up in the shadow map. Okay, right. So I need to figure out what the Game Boy Color tile attribute is what I need. Okay, so oh, that's bright. You know, I really need to turn HDR off on this monitor, especially when I'm streaming. It makes me glow. No, it probably won't be out first. I think the Game Boy version will be out on physical cartridge first, because I want to finish Dot Cosmos 2 before I do. Before I release Dot Cosmos 1 on cart, I want to do a 1 and 2 cartridge. So unfortunately, Dot Cosmos 2 is quite a way off. I mean, the code is fairly decent, but I've got to do quite a lot of work first. So it's going to be a while before that happens. Map tile number. I think it's these ones here. There we go. Tile VRAM bank number. So it's bit 3. So it's this bit here. The question is, why is it doing it to 2 things here? What's it doing? It's changing. Because it's turning the palette off on both by the looks of things, but I'm not sure what the second one is. What is DE and what is HR? Oh, it's the 2 lines. Okay, so it's doing 2 lines at the same time. So I can do this and make sure that this turns that bit on. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 2, 3. Like so. Okay. But this is just transitioning to the old. So transitioning to the new is a little bit different. Which actually I think will just work because it's going to use the shadow look up here. So let's give that a try. For a blind playthrough, I don't know. I've seen people complete it. So the speedrun record is about 3 minutes, but that's utilizing a bug which won't be present on the Game Boy. A proper playthrough, if you know everything, is about 25 minutes or so. But I fully expect the Game Boy one to be bigger. So the original Commodore one was for a 16 kilobyte competition, so it was quite small anyway. So I'm expecting the full Game Boy version to be a little bit bigger than that. Oh, everything turned off then. That wasn't right. Oh, okay, that's an interesting effect. Still not got a ladder in that mode, but everything disappears on the screen. No, Hayes doesn't have the record. The original one is, I think it's about 50 screens, the original one. I think the Game Boy one's going to be double that at least. Um, and I'm going to try and be a little bit more devious with the puzzles as well. So there's a few kind of little puzzles in here. So I'm going to. Oh, why is it going completely blank? That's really weird. I'm going to try and be a bit more devious with those as well. So maybe I'm not loading the other tile map in. Maybe that's what this is. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not loading the other tile map in. Okay, so I need to copy that. Because somebody made one. Yeah, somebody made a version of it. It's not official though at all. It's cool though. I like it. I like that somebody went and did it. I mean, I do have a version. I do have a cartridge version, and you're perfectly capable of doing it. It was supplied as a 16K cart. So if you can make a cart yourself, then you can do it. But they've done a good job of it as well. I think it looks nice. And everybody who was in the top 10 donates for the Luma stream got a cart. So, um, Hayes, I owe you a cart, and I've got a Commodore 128 for you. So if you want it on a cart, I'm happy to produce that for you. But there's a cart waiting to be sent to you, and a C128 waiting to be sent to you. So you just let me know when you want it, and I can do it. If it doesn't have Doc 2 on it, I don't want it. Exactly. That's the thing. This is why I'm not fussed. I'd rather wait for Doc 2 before I actually have an official cartridge of it. Okay, so we're going to import the second set of fonts in here, which means we also need to copy them in. So because this is ROM and the wine's really making me hiccup. Because the wine, the the cart is loaded in ROM, and we need to load fonts into VRAM. We have to actually copy these individually. So there is some code somewhere which will do this. I just need to find where it is. I thought it might be there, but apparently it's not. Initialize part, initialize interrupts. No, it was screen. Initialize fonts, copy font. There we go. Where is that? That is in loader. Here we go. Okay, so I can basically just copy this and call it font 2, and just use that code like that. Call this font tiles 2, and then that means this has to change to wherever that is. Let me just find that by loading the game up. I can't remember where the address is now. Oops, yeah, this will do. Okay, so these are the tiles at 8,800 and 9,000. They need to go over to. Oh, it's still 9,000. It's just a different bank. Okay, so that stays the same, and this becomes bank fonts 2. So I think that's how it works. We'll have a look anyway. I need to put in loader font 2, banks fonts 2. Bank it in. Okay, so is that going to be right? I don't feel like that's right for some reason. No, it's not. That's the same. Okay, that's the same. The difference is in the map attributes, I think. Switch to attribute map. Yeah, so it's this bit here. No, 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 that's not right either. Hang on. Holy shit, I've just realized I do not know how to load into this other bank, so we're going to discover this together, guys. So initialize. Oh my god, you spent £60 on Cosmic Force. Are you serious? Sorry, dude. That sucks. And I know I might get people hating on me for saying this, but if I'd have bought Commodore format back in the day and I looked at the power pack tape that came with it and one of the games was Cosmic Force, I'd be pissed off. Yeah, but this is the thing. The 13, I know people think I don't do anything on my computer but Commodore, but I do. I use my computer for a lot. Somebody said to me the other day, you've got 16 cores and I bet they're all on 3%. And I posted a picture of my cores at that very moment and they were all 30%. It's always doing stuff. And the 3090 is no exception. So we're moving into security. One of the things that is really useful for security, well, two things that are useful for security: AI for definite, because I can use that to kind of. I'm hoping to use it to build kind of programs that can kind of do kind of penetrating testing a little bit. Maybe not as well as a human, but they'll be able to do some stuff. But mostly because I use a program called Hashcat, which is it's they call it a password recovery tool, but it's really not used for that. It's really used for kind of cracking database. So if you get into a database and you download a list of hashed passwords, so passwords that are completely useless on their own, but you can use it to kind of you can use it to recover other people's passwords. Yeah, exactly. You can you can use it to kind of dehash all those things. It's a very powerful tool, and it's hugely accelerated by CUDA cores, and I think Tensor cores now as well. Um, so having that many cores is going to be useful, um, and it's going to be something I do a lot of. So it's going to be useful. Plus, I have a 4K 144 hertz monitor, so I kind of want to be able to hit that frame rate on everything. Okay, right. Let's see. I have no idea if this is going to work or not. Let's just give it a try. Oh, the answer is no. It did not work. Interesting though. It has kind of done something, but I'm not entirely sure what it's done. Like, okay, yeah, I'm not. I'm not sure at all what it did there. Okay, so first of all, this seemed to actually bank fonts too. Hang on. Hang on. I think I'm misunderstanding what I should be doing here. Yeah, I am. I'm completely screwing this up. All right. So what I've incorrectly made the assumption of is this bank here is to do with the VRAM bank that they're being banked in, but it's not. It's to do with this bank here, which is just a space on the cartridge. So the bank fonts will stay the same because this is where those. It's the same as bank sprites. My sprites and my fonts are all in this bank, so that stays the same. Actually, my map data is in here. My map data is in bank 2. So that stays the same, which means in my copy font, this would remain like that. What's different is the target location. So it was 9008,800, and now it should be, well, can't remember now. I need to go and have a look again. It needs to be 9,000. Oh, no, it's 9,800, but in a different bank. So how do I change that bank? So that stays the same, but there is a bank switch somewhere. Is it the it is the attributes, because it's attributes when you're writing to screen RAM, but when you're not writing to screen RAM, it's a second bank. Switch to second tile bank. Okay, right. And then that needs to go back to 0 at the end here, so right, okay, I get it now. Get there in the end, don't we? Try and keep up. It's hard to keep up with the chat. Doc Cosmos PC 4 kilohertz for 4K 144 hertz AI generated realistic graphics. Uh, what would cause the tile sets to mess up in some stages when running a 50 hertz game in an NTSC? It could be. So one of the things that happens is, so your screen that you see on the screen is not the full story, right? You've got a scan that goes across and it draws the screen. And on the NES and on the Game Boy, the area of the screen that it draws is smaller than the actual area where the code thinks that the scan line is. So if you imagine there's a little bit of room on the right hand side, a little bit of room on the left hand side that's outside of the drawable area, and there's a little bit of room at the bottom which is outside of the drawable area. So what happens is on the NES and on the Game Boy, if you try and draw anything to the screen while the scan line is actually drawing the screen, it will not update. So you won't get anything happen. So what the coders have to do is they have to time everything perfectly. So they have to make sure that when the scan line is in the sides, that's when they do the update, or when the scan line is at the bottom, that's when they do the update. So what happens if you try and run a 50 hertz game on a 60 hertz machine is that scan line's moving quicker and all the timings are screwed up. So some of the things it will try and draw while it's in the middle of the screen, and they just will not draw. So you'll end up with corrupt graphics or graphics that don't change. So the map might be scrolling, but nothing's actually changing on the screen. Would it be an easy fix? Possibly for someone who knows the hardware well. I don't know the hardware well enough to know what I'm looking for easily. I mean, I could probably do it with a bit of time, but it's so this is what run a 50 hertz game in a 60 hertz machine. So there's probably, if it's only 2 stages in the entire game, it's probably some areas where it's particularly kind of busy on the screen. And what they've done is they've moved some of that code that didn't quite fit in the bottom into the side. And that means that all the other screens will work fine, because all that code that runs at the bottom on the PAL machine, you probably got a little bit more time to do it at the bottom. But on an NTS machine, it's quite tight, probably. So they've had to move it into the sides here. And it's that act of moving it into the sides that means all the timing's going to screw up. So you'll probably get like half of the screen drawing correctly and half of it drawing incorrectly, and glitches and midway. Like there's probably a split down the middle of the screen somewhere where it breaks. But yeah, I somebody who works on NES games could probably fix it quite easily, I would say. Myself, not so much. Oh, you've just reminded me of a tune I want to play, actually. Whoever it was who just cued that Acmafin. So Jason Page tune. Oh, by the way, guys, I've heard Jason Page's Checkanoid music that he's done for the game I'm doing on Thursdays, and it's amazing. I absolutely love it. It's a really faithful rendition, and it's really, really good. So unfortunately, you guys aren't going to hear it for a while because we're kind of keeping it under wraps. But it's very, very good. I'm really, really pleased with it. I was speedrunning the game and had that happen, but it ran anyway. Yeah, it will run, because what they will tend to do is, like I'm doing in this game, I have what I call a shadow copy of the screen, and it's that I'm looking at. I don't care what's actually drawn to the screen. All I care about is what should be drawn on the screen. So that's probably what they're doing there. Same with the sprites as well. So the game will probably run, but you just won't see what you're supposed to see. So um, I mean, we might have less time for code on NTC, but at least our Sonic goes fast. Yeah, it's true. Unless Deep Sid, no, Deep Sid does not have it, unfortunately. I've not even been given the SID file for it. I've just been given the an MP3 of it, basically. It sounds really, really good. Sounds very, very much like the original tune with a little bit of a Jason Page twist to it. So it's nice. Okay, so the screen didn't disappear this time, which is good. And if I switch, yes, there we go. Now the only concern I've got here is that, well, first of all, that the ladder's not appearing, but I don't think the screen is updating correctly. So you can see here, this platform is here, but that platform is not actually there. So when I go into screen, I need to make sure that the right value is written to that tile at that point. So that's another check I need to do in the map drawer. So that's in here. So I'll demonstrate the problem here. So if I go into this screen, right, I can make the bridge disappear by doing that. But if I go, in fact, there's a bug as well. These shouldn't show. But if I go off the screen and come back, the bridge is back again. And that's because it's still using the first tile set when it draws the map. So even though you can kind of change the map, and it actually isn't there, and this is what I was saying to Epic Neon about the shadow map. I use a shadow map. I'm not using what you see on this screen. So as I walk across that, I'll fall through it because the shadow map says it's not there. Okay, so in map drawer, somewhere in here, we will be setting the attributes. Here we go. Draw the attributes of the meta tile. So what we need to do here is, given that we get the attributes, I need to figure out where those attributes are coming from, though. It looks like they're being stored in HL here. A load of cumulative DEs. So this is the tricky bit now. So there is one, two, three, four of these that I need to change. But they all need to change based on whether or not this piece of code is running, wherever this piece here. So I think the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to split it into two checks. So this is going to be check one, and then there will be, I'm just going to call it old and new. So I'll call this new. Actually, that will be old, wouldn't it? There. Okay. And this would be old. Whoops. And then I'm going to do new, old, done here. And I'm going to jump to that one from here. Okay, now I can copy this into here and I can add the little extra thing we need to do. So what do we need to do? We need to ensure that the third bit is turned on. So we can do that by doing this third bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This is bit 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, so I just need to insert that into all of these here, 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 and here, and then check that. I might have got it the wrong way around. I probably have. I keep getting these the wrong way around. So, okay, something has failed. Oh, jump to. Okay, so this is one of the things I do like about Z80. So normally, which one is it? This one here. So normally on C64, what you would have to do if this is out of range, you just have to invert this condition, add a new loop, add a new labeling. But on Z80, all you have to do is change the R to a P, like so. Bit 3. It is bit 3. Sorry, when I say third bit, I do mean bit 3. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I should clarify that probably. Yeah, so the reason you change this to a P from there is because this is jump relative. which will take a single byte as your target, and that allows you to go from minus 129 to 128, as it says here. But sometimes your jumps are longer than that, so you have just jump, which is not a relative jump at all. It's just an address. So this is like doing, this is the difference between doing a branch if not equal and a jump. It's just that jumps on, so a jump command in Z80 can have conditions, so they can work like branches as well. So you use JP. I was listening to this tune after I listened to the Jackonoid tune, because I wanted to have a listen to a few more of the things that Jason Page has done, and I love this tune. It's so good. Okay, another one. Hey, Chromus. So try again here. So turn the bridge off, go off the screen, come back. The bridge is still gone. Okay, so we just need to make sure it appears again with the transition, which it's not doing. So we're already doing this here, but we need to kind of do the opposite. We need to and it with that bit turned off, and that will be let's have a look. So load AHLADE. So this will be, can't quite work out where this would be. Is it this one here? Maybe. Don't think it's that one. I need to really be careful about how I do this. Let's have a look. So this is going from HL and DE. This is only HL. And this is BC to DE. And then I'm not sure what this is about. And then this is a line. So bottom line, BC to HL, BC to D. I think it's this here. I'm going to do it here. And basically, I need to do the inverse. So instead of turning a byte off, I need to, instead of turning a byte on, I need to turn it off. I think it's that bit. I'll know if it's wrong straight away. So it's a great tune, this. Okay, so turn the bridge off, turn the bridge on, turn the bridge off. Let's go off the screen, come back. That's good. Cool. All right, that seems to be working. So next step, we can try and figure out what's going on with some of these missing characters and stuff. That's probably a bit bigger than it needs to be. So the first one I notice is wrong is on here. When you turn the bridge off, just to make sure that works, it's got these two bits on here. So I'm going to have a look in here. So if I switch to this tile set here, it looks like those are disappearing, but for some reason they're not disappearing in here. And I couldn't tell you why that is. So that's a bit worrying. All right, let's have a look. So this is the new timeline. This is the old timeline. So this old timeline should definitely not have it in there. But for some reason, they are definitely still showing these two things here. Yeah, let's have a look at the. So this is the. No, not that one. This one here. So this is the tile that's being drawn. But when I swap, it disappears. So why is that not showing correctly? Also note that the ladder is down here as well. And then when I turn off, the ladder disappears. So again, I'm not sure why that is different. Let's carry on through the game a little bit and see if we can figure that out. So there's a ladder here, which for some reason is not showing. And again, we've got that same piece here. There's no animation down here, so that's good. The animation system is turned off at that point. Same with these as well. The animation is turned off here. These bricks will disappear as well eventually. When I turn it on, the bridge appears. I can go across the bridge. So let's fill up. Let's check the waterfall. Okay, the waterfall is not clearing as well, which is interesting. And it should be clearing. Maybe I didn't export because that looks like the old version of the map. Maybe I didn't export everything correctly. So try again with the export. Color issue. It shouldn't be because it should be blank. I have a system. I made bad decisions and sometimes they pay off. Are you gambling again? Yeah. Is a loot count not big enough? Yeah, possibly, but I'm not sure where that would be. I mean, maybe it's in the yeah, because it's still doing it there. So where are these two in the character set? Maybe there's a clue as to where they are in the character set. So they are these two here. Which I guess is kind of interesting because they are close to each other, but they are on different rows. And the terminals are still appearing. If I go all the way down here, like the lack of the ladder as well, that's bothering me. See, the terminal is still there, and that's on the same row. You can see that here. Let's go and check the other ladder. Maybe it's, although this one was appearing as well. Yeah, see, there should be a ladder here, and it's only there invisibly, so you can see it's there now. I mean, it's getting the collision correct. It's just not getting the tile correct for some reason. Is it a color attribute issue? No, I wouldn't have thought so. Because no, it can't be because there's no way of coloring that ladder that it would disappear. So here's the ladder here. If I change the palette, there's no palette I can change this to where it would disappear. This is the palette this is what it should look like, right? I don't know why it's not updated in there, but let's do it here. There we go. So palette wise, this should be. Oh god, it's crashed. Damn it. I need to. I shouldn't have messed. I did way too much on that editor without testing it. Way too much. It's looking pretty good. Mastering a strange new system in 16. Yeah, it is a strange news. Actually, it's not that strange. It is quite similar to the C64. It's just the bloody. It's just the Z80 that's horrible, and it's not even proper Z80. It's horrible. Welcome to the stream, Tyler Moose. Right, okay, so let's load that back in again. What is going on? Why is that, or just that one? Well, no, it's a couple, isn't it? We're not seeing the ladder. Oh, this brings me back. We're not seeing that ladder. It's not appearing at all. I don't know why. And for some reason, just the top of that, just the one piece of this here is for some reason not appearing. Why might that be? I want to try so. I just want to make sure the dialogue is still working. I'm just going to move the dialogue over to here, into this screen, and just make sure that that's still working as well. Because I'm a bit worried that I might have broken that with my palette switching stuff. So, so this is 01. Wait. What screen do we start on? Start on. I need to get onto the rum. I need to get through the wine. Okay, start on screen 8. So I put the dialogue in screen 7. And before it was here in this gap here. So I'm just going to move that up by 3, 4, 8 tiles. Okay. So that was it this chunk? Yeah, it was this chunk, wasn't it? Okay, right. So screen 7. So let me bring up. I hate the tabs in this thing. It's not as easy to use as not as easy to use as Sublime. I don't think. Not in my opinion, anyway. It might. 1, 2, 3, 4. Trigger rectangle. Okay, that should be on the next one. I wonder who that was. Jesus. Oh, come on. Do you know what? I actually put, or I thought I'd put spam protection on the TTS. I'd moved it up to medium. I obviously need to move it up a little bit higher. Because do not underestimate Hayes' ability to find how to break the spam protection. Thank you, Hayes, for the bits again. Oh, God. It cracks me up. It cracks me up. I don't mind because it makes me laugh, so it's all good. Right, hopefully dialogue. No, don't see a dialogue. Still don't see a dialogue. Okay, that did not trigger. So now I'm worried that the dialogue is not triggering. So now I kind of want to make this span the whole bloody screen. So I'm going to do 0, 0, 20, 20. Screen 7. Yeah, this is the right screen. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, the dialogue does work. I obviously need to add that to the editor as well, so change his account name to bypass it. Yeah. Thing is, I'm not sure it works like that. It's a part of Streamlabs, I think. So I don't think I have that kind of user level control over it, but yeah, he's very good at breaking it. He's very good at finding the way through it. But it's okay. It all pays for wine. I mean, he's paid for half a bottle of wine tonight, so I did not. Yeah, no. Where's the shalada? I just heard it start. I thought, oh god, here we go. Yeah, where is the shalada? That's the annoying thing here. Half a bottle of wine is it's definitely worse than shalalas. I don't notice anything else missing. That's the odd thing, right? If I look through these levels, there doesn't seem to be anything else missing. It's only the things that are disappearing that are missing. Which makes me wonder: is it that the transition is happening too slow? Maybe it's a timing thing. Which is very possible, actually. So here's where the transition happens, right? This is transition to old. So this is where it's happening here. And this is doing 20 characters across at once. Are the char values mapped? Oh well, actually, let's go and have a look. Let's make sure in the actual in the VRAM viewer. So let's just load it up again, and let's have a look in the VRAM viewer. So okay, so at this point here, just these ones, that's what's really getting me. It's not consistent across the screen. However, no, because it would be on either side. Okay, let's have a look. VRAM viewer. Okay, so here is our VRAM map. I'm gonna have to bring up the editor because it's not easy to spot in that because it's kind of mixed up a little bit. So wait, did somebody request a joke? Well, that's oh god. Okay, that's because if they were appearing, they wouldn't be missing. Good point, Hayes. Good point. Oh, you can't argue with that logic. Let's be fair. That is pretty sound logic. Okay, so it's these two here next to the. See, now they're still there on this side. They are still there. Okay, but here it's actually. Oh yes, it's the one. It's the one on. But they're not there here. That's what I don't understand. But sure enough, they're there. There they are, and that's why we can see them. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. And also the ladder's not there. They're both in the same half. It's the initialization code. It's the loader code up here. This bit here is wronged. Font tiles 2. That's it. One character. One character. That's all it was. Yeah, Andy, you are correct. Thank you. It was because the characters weren't mapped properly. So yeah, bonus points to Andy there. One freaking character. That's all it was. Because so one of the things you'll notice in here. Thank you very much, Hayes, for the bits. Cheers, dude. Oh, no, 80 points you get. Z80 points you get. They're only redeemable on Z80 streams, and they're completely useless. Because every time you want to redeem them, you have to copy them into 5 other registers. And then you can use them. Yeah, they are dirty. They smell a little bit as well, to be fair. She misread your ladder, yeah. Yeah, so the reason why I missed that is because if you look here, the way the map is copied in, right? This is tile 0, and you can see there it says tile number 0 up here. It's probably kind of hard to see on this screen. Let's see if I can make it any bigger, actually. Oh, I can. There we go. Although I can't make the tile number bigger. But this is tile 0. This is the beginning of our tile set, and you can see that in here, right? This is the tile set that we've got. This is the tile set that we've created. And you can see tile 0 is this one here. But as you can probably see, the tile set is split into 2 halves. So the first half is actually the second half in VRAM, and the second half is now the first half in VRAM. You can see if I compare them side by side. If I get rid of that screen. Oh my god! Stop doing that. Just give me the bits that I need. There we go. You can see that the tile sets are in 2 halves. And you see this is the second half that starts with the ladder here, which is missing. But it's kind of, it takes the font set and switches the 2 halves around. So what that means is when we do the copy, we have to do it in 2 halves. We have to copy the first half of the font set into the second half, and the second half into the first half. But what that meant was when I changed font tiles 2 in the copy font 2 routine, I missed the second half down here. And so anything that was in the second half that was different would not get changed. So now we should have, firstly, we should have proper poles that disappear. So these poles here should disappear correctly now. And likewise, the ladder should appear properly as well. So let me just get down to the ladder. You can see now we've got a ladder. So we can see the ladder, and it should disappear when I go into this mode. There you go. The ladder appears. I've just realized actually I need to. Okay, that jump's fine. Oh shit! I fell into a ditch there. Okay, cool. Cool. You know, like Dizzy Games of Fantasy World in the trade. Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of the aim. That's the whole reason it's called The Saga Begins. When I did the first game, when I did this game, I'd always planned to do a number two. I'd always planned to do at least a number two and possibly a number three. And I kind of had the idea for number two mapped out mostly in my head. There's a few things that I've added, like the rewind was something I hadn't thought about, but the freeze I was always going to do. And the fact that it would be fully scrolling and it'd have a gun as well. In fact, I allude to that in the first game. There are a few dialogues in the first game where he says like, I think maybe it's the completion dialogue. He mentions he should have had next time he'll bring a gun, and that's kind of what I'm pointing to is the fact that the only reason it didn't have a gun in the first one is because I didn't have the room to do it. Along with everything else, there wasn't enough room, so it should be like, all right, okay. Do you know? Oh, do you know what really annoys me? And I know no one's going to believe me on this anyway, but I was trying to think up names for Dot Cosmos 2, right? And I made a list of them. I probably still got it on my phone somewhere, actually. In fact, let me see if I can find that. Not that it's going to prove anything, but I made a list of potential names that I wanted to use for the game, and I ended up going with Adventures in Time. And the only reason I went with Adventures in Time, yeah, there we go. That's my Wi-Fi password, not that one. Why's my Wi-Fi password on this screen at all? Okay, I don't care about that, but I don't know if you can see that. No, you can't because it's too too bright. But the first name I came up with was It's About Time. Because that's what it is. It's about time. And guess what the new fucking Ratchet and Clank is called? Ratchet and Clank, It's About Time. And I saw that and thought, oh my god, I can't believe it. That's the name I was going to call Dot Cosmos. So I really, really pissed off with that. I should have gone with that. I thought it was a bit too, not meta, but just a bit too kind of clever to be a name. So I'm really annoyed about that. Yeah. Yeah, I should have just done it. I should have just kept that name. But it's called Adventures in Time now anyway. Because I thought that would be a little bit easier for people to understand. I thought It's About Time might seem like I was talking about something else, the double meaning of it. So Dot Cosmos and the copying of Carlton Handley's gameplay mechanics. Oi, oi, I'll have you know that the rewind in Carlton Handley's Mike and Molly came about when I showed him my rewind. Because he was talking about the rewind in Mike and Molly, and I was saying, "Oh, you should probably add the VCR stuff in," and then it appeared. So meh. And anyway, I don't mind. Carlton's a cool guy, so I'm glad that he's taken inspiration from me. I've taken inspiration from him. It's good. I know you're only winding me up, but I don't care. So. Right, okay, so that's working now. So I'm going to take a quick break now because I'm a little beyond my break time. I was hoping to have that done a little bit before then. I'm going to leave the races going, and then when I come back, we'll try and get through the rest of this wine. That went down the wrong hole. And crack on with the rum. I don't know what we're going to do next. We've got the collisions in. I'll have a look because I've done a few things with the editor. Maybe we could make a few different maps and try some stuff out. I've already spotted one problem with the map as it stands at the moment. Anyway, there's definite soft lock in there. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Be right back. And I'm back. Right, I'm going to start the rum anyway, even though I'm still on the wine. So I had a really good conversation with Dalamus on yesterday, actually, about Checknoid, and we went through every single screen. And the good news is, as far as I can tell, there's nothing in there that we won't be able to do. And in fact, some of the screens I think are going to be um, kind of showstoppers almost. They're. I think because of the way that we've got the power of the cartridge to deal with these things, we're going to have some pretty interesting screens, which are going to seem almost not impossible, but they're going to seem demo-like in the way that they work. So we've got a screen like with 70 sprites in it, for instance. Yeah, for 5.5 hours. Yeah. So there's a swarm in it. If you play the game, there's a swarm of sprites in it, and I've got a really sneaky technique to do that. And I think we'll probably be able to get up to over 50 sprites anyway, all moving and attacking you. And there's a screen with sprite merging. Yes, kind of. So 5.5 hours in challenge stream time is about 5 minutes though. Yeah, it was 5.5 hours. It was a really good. It was a really good talk though, and it was cool. Really kind of. Do you know? It took me until probably 100 minutes into your playthrough before I realized you had God mode on. I didn't realize. I thought, bloody hell, he's good at this game. He's getting all the way through and he's not dying. And I didn't realize it's because you had God mode on. But you didn't. It didn't seem like you were hitting anything. It seemed like you knew every screen really well. So I've got that. I've got that on video now, so I can go through every single screen and kind of really approach it differently because we're loading from cartridge. It allows us to load unique code and unique sprites for every single screen. So there's certain screens which are just going to be kind of run of the mill. They're going to be quite basic. They're going to use they're going to reuse code that's used in every other screen. But there's certain screens that are going to have very special effects going on in them, and those screens are going to be the fun ones to code. And there's about yeah, you did play it like you weren't in God mode. You definitely did. You avoided everything, which is pretty impressive, actually. Um, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting. There's gonna be some interesting techniques, and actually, I don't know if Proton's in the stream there. I was chatting to Proton about something he'd been doing in one of his demos, where he's using zero page to do some draw buffering. And I think I can use a similar technique to do the swarm. So it's going to be a game that has some demo techniques in it. Um, and I'm probably going to pick Proton's brain a little bit about those things. I mean, I'm going to try them first, and if I can't kind of get the result that I want, then I'm going to consult with Proton because he's definitely he could. It's a shame he's a demo coder. He should be a game coder. Imagine the games he'd make. He'd be amazing. I've already mentioned how good it is without letting them hear it. So yeah, as I said, I've had a listen of Jason Page's music and it's really good. I listened to it. It's about 7 minutes long, I think. I listened to it once through and I was like, that was pretty good. I mean, he has done things with the instruments I don't think I've heard in many other Sid tunes. And not only that, this is going to be a game tune. This isn't going to be something that requires all the rest of the time on the screen to run. This is a game ready tune. This is going to be able to run while the game is playing. So ever runs away or some demo. So Jackasser does. So Jackasser is he was in Hazy's stream last night. He does or Andreas as his name is he's part of Boo's design. He's the guy that did the Andropoid. So I don't know if you guys this is what I said to him. He should make a game of this. Um, this is the best 3D I have seen on the C64, bar none. It's absolutely incredible. Let me just close it off. This isn't pre-rendered. This is real time 3D, and apparently he's improved the engine for it as well. But basically, it's a Doom engine. Is capable of doing a Doom style engine with steps and kind of windows and things like that, and it's really good. Um, And I said to him in Hazy's stream last night, you should do a game of this. And apparently he's got an updated version of this. Um, so it'd be good to see. And you can imagine this is running on the C64. So if you imagine doing this on a C128, you can probably double the frame rate of this. It's really impressive. It's really, really impressive. Yeah, Ray Martin, yeah. Just some clever, really, really clever fill routines and really optimized 3D maths as well. RTX on all right, yeah. So it's a shame. It's a shame more. Yeah, it's a shame more demo coders don't do this sort of stuff. And Jack Asher has been doing Eye of the Beholder, so they do it. It's just there's not a many, not many that do. So, but that I mean, look at that. If you compare that to like the speed of Sentinel or game, all the games with 3D in it on the C64, this is by far the fastest and most dynamic that I've seen on a C64. So, and this was 2009. So this was like Driller. That's the other one. Yeah, it's incredibly good. I'd love to see that on like a Mega 65 or an Ultimate on 40 hertz mode. Very talented guy. Very talented guy. So. Oh, I how did I know? I knew it would be you that picked that. All right, okay, let's have a look. What do we need to do? So the editor had all these things in it. So let's take this door out here because that shouldn't be in here now. Okay, so one thing I did notice was on the original game, this area here is designed so that even if you're in the old mode, you can still get back up to this terminal. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this terminal to down here instead. The reason for that is because if you're in old mode and you drop down here, you can't get back up to that terminal. And this is one game that when I was designing it was very easy to get yourself into a soft lock state, and that's because you can do different things in your control methods are different between old and new timeline. It's very easy to get into a situation where you're in the wrong timeline and you can no longer get back to a terminal. You need to always be able to access a terminal no matter where you are. So I'm going to move this terminal to here, and we'll move a dialogue to kind of fit over this as well. In fact, we can add that dialogue in now. Actually, that's probably a good task. So let's export this screen. So this is, let's change the start position as well. So this is 0, 3. Okay. And we want to start on screen. For some reason, it's added another row in here. I don't know why. But we want to start on this screen here. So we'll start on screen. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we'll start on screen 10. Which is in here somewhere. There it is, screen 10. And we'll export that map with the new terminal in the new place. Very on brand, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you know, I was thinking as well about 3D games, and I was thinking about the way cartridge works, right? So you can bank in 23 cycles, so a third of a line, you can bank in a whole new set of graphics, right? So if you had and this wouldn't be possible with the current cartridge technology, but there are 16 megabyte cartridges coming from Jen's I can't remember his last name now. The guy who did Gmod 2. Anyway, he's got a Gmod 3 cartridge coming. So if you take a 16 megabyte cartridge, you can then actually store, if you think of a row of characters across the screen, right? You can store every permutation of a Doom level as as single lines across the screen. So you can basically just look up exactly. You can switch the cart to exactly the bank you need to draw what you need on the screen at that point. Um, and then you almost remove all of the crazy kind of fill routines that you need to do. You just remove all of those, and what you're left with is almost like a choose your own adventure of Vic screens. So every single line on the screen would just be picked from a bank, depending on what you're actually viewing. Um, you could use this for a 3D game like Doom. You could use it for a racing game as well. You could do roads like this. You could even use it for 3D models and stuff. So there's some interesting stuff coming. I think Gmod 3 is really going to open floodgates to kind of very complex complex code. But again, this is the problem with demo coders versus game coders. Game coders want to use all this technology. They want to use all these things. Demo coders seem to be stuck. Mostly, there are a few things, but mostly they seem to be stuck in a state. Let me export this map. Stuck in a state of it's got to run from disks. It can run from 10 disks, but it has to run from disk. And that to me is limiting. I think if the demo coders were doing the sort of stuff game coders are doing with cartridge, the stuff would be amazing. And we're starting to see things like Dadler TL's been doing some stuff with video players using the REU, and the Gmod 3 is basically going to allow you to do that from hardware cartridges without an REU. So I shudder to think how much that cart will cost, though. Yeah, yeah. I mean, 16 meg isn't a lot. And it depends how it's designed. I mean, Jens's Sherfield, that's it. Jens Sherfield has been designing carts with the sole purpose of reducing the cost. So it's all surface mount. It's all kind of done using off-the-shelf parts. There's not. I don't think there's any custom parts actually. So um, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, if that cart can be done, if you can make a 60 meg Gmod cart for cost £20, then I think that's probably okay. Because I think if the quality of stuff you will see from a let me run this, make sure this is working. The quality of stuff you're going to see from a 60 meg cart is going to be incredible, and it's really gonna make a difference when it comes to what you can do. Like I say, I think one of the main things you're going to be able to do is you're almost going to get rid of the need to kind of to uh to update the Vic at any kind of speed. It can be instant. I mean, we can do it now. I mean, we do it with Checkanoid actually. The font that the dynamic font update works because what we're doing is we're banking in 1024 bytes from the cartridge in 23 cycles, and then we're just loading them in. We're copying them to where we need them. If you were to do that with disk, it would just be too slow. It wouldn't work. You'd have a 30 to 40 second wait between screens and it wouldn't work. But on cartridge, it works perfectly. Parasol Star. I will finish Parasol Stars soon. I promise. I'm going to start that as soon as the Saturday game is complete. I'm going to start that. All right, let's see how far we can get in this then. So there would be a dialogue here, which I've not added in yet, but that dialogue is basically going to do this. It's just going to trigger this mode without the horizontal movement. You'll just drop straight down and down to here. So that's going to be it's going to be an action which we haven't set up yet. So Creatures 3 when do you know Andy said to me the other day the Creatures thing is kind of a bit ridiculous. And I said, yeah, it is. I'm constantly getting asked about it. And then I said, it hasn't happened for ages. And you guys haven't said anything about it for a long time. And today you've not stopped for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, so now I can fill up this. So you can see here we've got no bridge here. So there'll be a dialogue here saying somebody should build a bridge here in future. It's been at least a week, yeah. But I can now go to here and fill. Oh shit! Okay, I probably need to do the death routine next. I think that's probably the next thing we need to do. Yes, as Thalamus says, it needs to be there needs to be the remasters. And I agree. It is a Shallow meme now. It really is. It's a Thalamus meme though as well, and Andy doesn't help himself because, and I said this to him on the call that we had as well, that he doesn't help himself posting the Twitter things that he does. Even I fell for that. I know you can't help it. I found it hilarious though. The amount of and I think most of the people who replied to that tweet were of the same opinion as me, that they'd read half of the post and immediately got really excited, and then saw the second half and was like, oh, who's this version? Is this the Lambada version? Thomas Mergensen. Okay. Oh, Drax. Okay, yeah, I know Drax. Drax is another demo musician. All right. I think we should probably add a death routine in because we're getting to that point now where we kind of need it. So let's go and just have a look at the editor, make sure we've actually got death set for everything that we need it for. Why is that not do it like that? That's fair enough. See, you're doing it again. You're doing it again, Andy. That's so mean. Oh man. Creatures 3D. Uh, Lame Barter, yeah. Parasol Work Haze, yeah. Okay, so we need to make sure that the collision is showing death for the right thing. So we've got death for these spikes here, but we don't have death for this. This should definitely be death. So I'm going to do that there, and these should be death as well because this is actually the water that's in the middle of the waterfall here. So this is still a death position here. And we also need death for these tiles down here, which I think is these ones, but I'm just going to put a dot in it and see what happens. Yeah, that is the right place. I think it's that one. So I'm going to add death to that one as well. And then swap the tile set, and then it should be the same in here as well. So we've got death there. We need death on here. We need death on here. Death on here. And death on here. Okay, so it's not as simple as just saying, okay, this is death, make the player die and then respawn. The question is, where do we respawn the player? So it's not as straightforward as just saying, well, respawn the player where they entered the screen. So if you imagine this screen, for instance, right? Let's respawn him where they entered the screen. So if we were in this tile set, we entered a screen here, right? So I would be stood on this tile. But then if I switch timelines, I now create a gap underneath me and I'm going to fall into the water. So if I try and respawn here, it's going to fail because I'm then going to appear above the water again and I'm just going to keep falling into the water until I run out of lives. That's a problem. Likewise, if we say, okay, well, then let's just make it wherever the last solid ground we were, right? Whenever we were stood on solid ground last, that can be our respawn point. So okay, we stood here, we're on solid ground. we change to that. We're no longer on solid ground. We've fallen to here. It says, okay, where were we when we were still on solid ground? Well, we were here. And it's just going to keep respawning and dropping you in the water. So respawning on solid ground is kind of correct, but we need to make one small change, and that is we need to be on solid ground in both tile sets. So what we need to do is as we go through the level, whenever we check that we're stood on ground, we also need to check if we were in the other tile set, are we still stood on ground? And we need to record that position. And we just keep recording that position, which will be a screen number and a screen position, because you can be stood on solid ground here and you can walk to here, for instance, but you've come from here, and neither of these are solid ground in both tile sets. So the actual respawn position should be here, because this would be the last position that you touched that is solid ground in both tile sets. So that's going to be the first thing we need to do. We need to make sure that we record the last solid piece of ground in both tile sets and record that screen number and character position. And then if we die, we know where to respawn. So that's what we're going to do now. So I'm going to save out this tile set as it is. I feel like there was something missing. Oh, what was I doing? Oh, the door. There we go. I want to get rid of that door. So that door should not be there now. In fact, the only door should be over here. And I believe that should be a red door. Let me bring up the map the original map that I had. God, where is that map? Let me find it. It's probably on itch, actually. Let me find it on itch. Oh no, it'll be in. Is it? No, it must be in this one. It must be in the blog in this one, surely. Oh wow, I've not read these messages for a long time. All right, I'm gonna have to go through them at some point. They're pretty good. Okay. So I'm looking for game blog in here. Not that one. Sorry, bear with me a minute while I just figure out where the hell the blog is for this game. I thought it was there, but apparently it's not. Where's my blog? Come on. Did I even make a blog for this? Maybe I didn't. I did an NTSC update. Okay, I do have a map for this somewhere. I should probably look this up. Oh, there you go. It's in Google Images. Oh, and it is in the editor. Okay, cool. Here we go. Okay, right. So this is one of my early blogs for Dot Cosmos, the first game. So these are the maps. Hopefully I can open that in a new tab and see in its entirety. There we go. So this is the bare minimum I want to create for the Game Boy game, and I'm trying to keep it fairly close. You can see with the map that I've created, it kind of follows. I've started kind of following it, but it kind of follows the same pattern. It's going through the same areas, and things look kind of similar. I want to keep that. It may be that I split some screens up into two. It may be that I shrink some screens down into one. This is it's kind of free flow. I'm not really committing myself to doing it one way or another. I just don't want to do whatever feels right. I just read another message from Thalamus. You don't help things at all. It would be nice to know when the other remasters are coming. Ah, dear. So this is the bare minimum that I want to do, and it needs to follow roughly this pattern. Now, one of the things that you probably don't know, which is from this point here, from this screen here, this is where I started running out of memory. So I started running out of memory, and I was like, okay, I need to do something to make this fit into the 16 kilobytes. So this whole section from this screen here all the way across here, you'll notice how it's quite linear. It's just that like you go up here and then you go all the way across here. Scroll over, and then you end up back at the beginning here. So this whole section was cut down. There used to be a whole bit around here as well, and I had to get rid of it because I didn't have enough memory to fit it all in. And so this is the kind of area where I potentially want to add more on. I kind of want to I'll keep probably from this screen, but then here to here is going to be replaced by a whole section, which fits in here kind of. Can I zoom out any more than that? I can't. Okay, so I'm thinking probably probably a map this size over here as well. So before you even get to here, you've got to go all the way around. Because if you look at the beginning, you can see what I was trying to get at. This is where you land your ship, and you can see it kind of goes up here. So it implies there's a mountain that goes up the side, and that's kind of what I wanted to do here. I wanted to fill this all out with even more of this kind of puzzle stuff. So there's a few puzzles in here. I'm not going to go through what they all are, but those who played the game will know there's a few things that you kind of have to think about a little bit, and you have to try and figure out. And there's a few kind of power ups and pickups that you might miss because it's not obvious how to get to them. So, for instance, this extra life here is not easy to get. It seems obvious how you get it. You just jump from here to here, but because of the journey up to there, you're not always in the right timeline by the time you get here with enough power. And you'll notice that the only terminal is down here. So you have to get from here to here and stay in the modern timeline by the time you get here. And that's not easy to do. You have to know the trick to get up there to do that. So these are the sort of things that are going to be I'm going to try and implement over this side as well. Lots of these little puzzles. This was supposed to be a puzzle, and this ended up being super easy. But the idea of this was this row here only appears in the modern timeline. But I was hoping it wasn't far enough to. The thing is, you can jump from there to there really easily. The idea was you couldn't jump from there to really easily, and you had to switch timeline halfway through. Likewise, there's a bit down here as well where it looks like there's no way up here. There's no ladder here, but the trick is a timeline switch. So it's just about kind of expanding on that. So what I want to do is I want to get to the point where we've got most of the game as it stands now, and this kind of path through the level in place and working and playing. Then at that point, I want to have a chat with people who've done Kickstarters and Indiegogos and try and figure out how best to market these things, and B, kind of what price points to set these things at. And then I'll set some stretch goals. And one of the stretch goals will be increasing the number of screens, because it's easy. Once the game is written, it's easy to add more screens. So the idea is going to be that this will be the game, and if the Kickstarter makes nothing, this is the game that will get released. If the Kickstarter reaches its first goal, then the first goal will be to add another 20 screens in. The second goal might be to add another 40 screens in, and so on and so on and so on. The limitations on the Game Boy are quite loose, so there's plenty of room to do this sort of stuff. Right, okay, let's save out what we've got. I think I've already saved it, but I'm going to do it again anyway. So I'm going to save the project here. I think it's going to be an exciting year this year, because I think this is going to be almost complete. It may actually be complete by Christmas. My only concern at the moment is the Kickstarter and the music. I have no idea how to do that, so kind of thought about the same way of going about it. Oh, okay. Welcome to the stream, core activities. I was going to call you core reactives then, but it's core activities. I get it. But yeah, this is tile based is working really well, and I'm using JavaScript for the editor. So you can see this is the editor here, and this is just done in JavaScript and Electron. So allows me to create a web page that I can use to do these things. Also, that did not save the project, because look, that is still there. Let me fix that while I'm at it. Let me explore that again. Making a multiplayer thing with WebSocket using TypeScript, JavaScript transpiling for both. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, nowadays all JavaScript is transpiling. Almost nobody uses JavaScript, plain JavaScript anymore. It's always some form of ES6 or ES Next or something, and always has some kind of transpiling in it. VS Code and Kick seems to be working well. Yeah, I can't get on with the VS Code Kick extension. For me, it's not as powerful as the Sublime one. It's easier to set up, that's for sure. The VS Code is much easier to set up, but I find the Sublime one is a bit more flexible in what it can do. Just setting up the project probably. Yeah, it takes some time. So yeah, WebSockets is a good choice for multiplayer as well. I mean, I know some people that use libraries like Socket.io and stuff, and Socket.io is all right, and it's really good if you want to write a backend that's in a different language to the front end language. So if you want to write a Java backend or a C# backend, then something like Socket.io makes that super simple. But if you really embrace the JavaScript ecosystem, then you can just use Node as a backend, and Node is great. I think Node is in my opinion, Node is better than Java. But I know Java devs will hate me for saying that, but I think it is for backend stuff anyway. Okay, right. Let's think about this. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to do some additional collision checking. We want to make sure that if the player hits something that is considered a death, a death kind of collision, then we start to enter the death routine. So that means we're going to need a flag on the player. So let's go and create that first. And this is going to be if the player is dying or not. So this is our player. But the flag isn't going to be there because we can only do flags in RAM. So here we've got states. We've got state jump, fall, walking, face left, face right, on ladder, ladder move. So we can just add a new state in here, which will have the very last bit, 8-bit 8 set, bit 7 set, sorry, which is state dying. So the reason we need this state is because if we set this byte, what it needs to do is then all the routines that would normally allow control are going to prevent you from doing these things. Oh my god, I've had too much booze. It's making me laugh. Oh god, thank you for the bits, Hayes. Thank you very much for the bits, Hayes. You find new ways to put la 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 into everything. I like it. Interestingly, I've never seen La La Land. That's something I need to watch. I do like musicals. So I should probably watch that at some point. Yeah, for those who don't know, I one of the kind of weird. Well, there's a couple of weird sides to me, but one of them is I've got a real massive passion for musical theatre. Um, I've been to, and this is one of the reasons I live in London, so I can go to the West End and watch them all. Yeah. So La La Land is something I haven't seen yet, and I know it's not technically musical theatre; it's a musical film, but it did quite well. I should probably watch it at some point. Why would you even consider the option of a Java developer? I don't know. I really don't know. They think they're amazing Java devs, but they're not. They're just more devs. It's just that they deal with back end stuff generally. Nobody's writing Java front ends, right? Phantom of the Opera is amazing. Actually, that's one I haven't seen. Phantom of the Opera is one I haven't seen. And I do keep meaning to see it, but my girlfriend doesn't want to go and see it. She hates it. She's seen it and she hates it, so she doesn't want to go and see it. But I've seen pretty much everything else, from the old stuff like Les Mis and Chicago and stuff like that to like the more modern stuff like Matilda and Lion King and things like that. And of course, you can't mention musical theatre, modern musical theatre, without mentioning Book of Mormon. Absolutely, my hands down, my favorite musical. So good. Oh, I'm not knocking Java as a back end technology. I think Java is there's a reason it's been used as a back end technology. I just think modern Node.js can beat it on almost every front, absolutely every front. And it annoys me when Java devs look down on. No, I haven't seen Hamilton actually. That is one I haven't seen. That's only just come out though, so and with the lockdown and stuff, I haven't had a chance to go and see it yet. But it's one I want to see. Definitely. But yeah, it's a more modern one. So, but I even went to New York a few times recently to go and watch shows on Broadway, shows that weren't here, um, that I wasn't sure if were ever going to be here or not. So I went to watch them on Broadway. So I watched a couple actually on Broadway. I watched uh, Finding Neverland, which had Kelsey Grammer in it, which was pretty decent. Although annoyingly, the music for that is written by Gary Barlow from Take That, so that's kind of it annoys me a little bit to think that I'm kind of singing along to some of his songs because my sister was very into Take That. Avenue Q, yeah, I saw Avenue Q, the Muppet Show, the Muppets, the Very Rude Muppets, absolutely brilliant. They were on off Broadway, so they were just kind of on one of the side streets from Broadway. But yeah, that was very good as well. I saw Lion King as well, um, which I wanted to see because I'd seen the British one. I wanted to make sure it was different. And the second time I went to New York, and this annoyed me, I went with my kids. Um, and the second time I went, I considered going watching Lion King, and I didn't. We ended up not going watching it. We ended up doing something. I can't remember what we did, but we ended up doing something else. And it turned out that that night that we were going to go and watch it, Elton John made an appearance because it was some kind of anniversary of him being of him writing the music or something. So he actually appeared on stage and played some of the music as well live, which would have been amazing. But I didn't. So, what are some other weird parts of you beyond what we see on stream? Good question. I'm a massive Whitney Houston fan. That might surprise you all. Um, she's my favorite singer of all time. I think no one can sing a song like she could. And yeah, I'm just a huge Whitney Houston fan. My my playlists on Spotify are 50% Nightwish, 50% Whitney Houston. So there you go. That's something weird about me. Slightly embarrassed. I've got a very weird side when it comes to music. I like to say musical theatre and Whitney Houston, and yet I'm not gay. So, I mean, I know that's a stereotype, but I've got gay friends who do like Whitney Houston. I have good chats about them, and I go to musical theatre with them. Um, and they're always surprised that I'm not. So it's funny. No, Whitney Houston was amazing. Still is. I mean, she's not alive, obviously, but she's still. I don't think there's been anybody who's come quite close to her vocal abilities. Still, and that's like what 7 years after her death or something. 8 years. I can't even remember what a death. Hang on, I need to look it up now. I know it's like February 11th or something like that. I think it was 2013. February 11th, 2012. Okay, so I got the date right, but I was out by a year. Yeah, she's incredible. I miss her. I do miss her. What can I say? Oh God, I feel really kind of I feel welling up slightly because of that. Anyway, right, getting distracted. Starting screen. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna start on the main screen. That's fine. Oh yeah, we're doing the death routine. Okay. She was ruined by Bobby Brown. Yeah, he was an incredibly bad influence on her. Incredibly bad influence on her, and her daughter as well. I mean, it wasn't just her. He ruined their lives basically. Anyway, don't want to get into that. I'll get angry and I'll start ranting about things. So ruined her voice. I don't know. I think some of her later stuff it wasn't as good, but but there are a couple of really good tunes in there that stand out, and they're kind of unknown tunes. They're tunes that she did that are really good, but they just didn't do well. I think more than anything, he ruined her image. He made her, um, he stopped her being the kind of um, the media angel that she was. She became the wife of Bobby Brown. She became the person. Um, she became something that wasn't just her. She became part of a kind of a bad thing, and that meant that she didn't get the kind of the exposure that she should have got and stuff. And it's a shame, really. Um, Good night, Sendaric. Thanks for joining, dude. I'm getting really distracted and doing very little code here, so um, just reading Zendaric's stuff there as well. Network and scene graph stuff and Java for all the game logic work very well for us. Yeah, yeah. I think Go is a better choice actually for back end stuff. Now Go is definitely a better choice. Yeah. Um, okay, I will have to add that. I'm going to add that to my search. Uh, oh, I think I've heard this one before. I'm gonna put that in my my history. I need to check that out after the stream. But yeah, yeah, Whitney was incredible. I mean, she could do things with her voice that I don't think I've heard anybody do. Um, Absolutely incredible. Anyway, the Java song. Anyway, right, let's get back to this. So we're trying to switch to a dying state now. So that's what we're gonna do. So we've got this collision routine, but it's not going to be in there. It's going to be in the player routine. So what we need to do is whenever we touch anything that's considered, actually, is it going to be standing on? Can you walk into a spike? Yes, you can walk into a spike because you get to a point where you'll be stood on the spike. So it's only when you're stood on it, really. Same with water as well. So all we need to do is when we check down, we need to check if we're stood on that. So actually, one thing we can do in the collision routine in here. So we've got is collision door, is collision solid or ladder, is collision ladder. We just need to add another one in here, which is going to be is collision death. And that's as simple as doing this. And there we go. That's the check done. So now we just need to implement that, and we need to make sure we change the state dial. And then we're going to go through um, the different areas that will allow you to update the player and make sure that they do not do anything if the player is dying. And then we're going to set up the dying routine. So let's do that first. Let's just make sure that the game freezes, basically. Essentially, the player is going to freeze when they hit this. Um, so this is walking left and right. Can we walk right? So this is actually not in here. It's the fall. It's the fall that we need. We need to check if we're falling and we hit a spike. I'm just gonna. That's the terminal. Set place. Right. Jump and fall. Here we go. Uh, Actually, there doesn't seem to be any collision checks in here, which there should be. Okay. God, you can tell when I've had a drink. I feel like I've already shared too much. Not many people know I'm into Whitney, so whatever. I don't care. I don't care. I'm proud. I'm proud of it, really. Uh, Check for ladders. No. Check ladder controls. No. Screen exit. Okay, so we've gone past it here. Jump. Ah, okay. Again though, where's the collision checks here? That's what I'm trying to find is where the collision checks are that do this. In fact, to tell you what I'm going to do, I'm going to go for a quick break now. And regret my decisions of revealing things. And then when I come back, we'll finish this booze and we'll get the rest of this done. All right, yeah, I'll go for a break. All right. Back in 2 or 3 minutes, guys. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's stop the races again. I definitely think the slowdown of the races. Oh, why is that? Just as I say that, they come up again. I think that's helped a little bit. Okay, a follow. Oh, thank you, Xeons. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, dude. You catch me. I'm actually feeling a little bit drunk now, which is good. I like it. You catch me kind of mid wine, mid. I think I've got like one glass of wine left, so I'm glad I've got the rum. Okay, so you catch us in the middle of doing collision checks. So we need to make sure that if the player can fall, so there is this jump and fall. So I guess what we're looking for is this state fall being set, because where that's being set is where we're doing the check. So it's set here. End jump. Okay, so it's not that one because that's at the end of the jump. When you get to the end of the jump, you're obviously going to start falling. There's another one here. Check fall collision. Here we go. This is the one. Okay, right. So what we need to do here then is we need to check this collision. Is collision solid or ladder? So if the collision is not the solid or ladder, then we go to is collision solid? All right, I need to check that collision to make sure. So this is checking if it's either if it contains those bits, which a death will not do. It will not contain those because the death items are not considered to be solid or ladders. So this will fail, and we'll drop down into this bit here. So what we can do here is we can do is collision death, and this time what we can say is okay. If it is collision death, then we need to let me just check what the collision does. Is collision death? Term one. So this is the comparison here. This is if it's set to 0, the flag is set to 0 as a result of this. Then we are going to return with the carry flag clear. Is that right? 0 collision death. Yes. So if the carry flag is set, which is that one there, don't apply fall. If it's a collision of solid or ladder, we don't apply fall. If it's collision death, then we don't. So we go to actually let's do the opposite. Let's do if the carry flag is not set, then let's jump to falling, which is this one here. Otherwise, we are dying. And so here's where we're going to set some things. So we're going to ignore all the snaps. So the very end is we're going to jump to no snap. So no snap. And we're going to set state dying. So state dying means that pretty much jump and fall are going to be taken out of the equation. So we're doing neither of these. So these will be removed. So let's load the accumulator with the contents of player state. And we're going to change this. So we're going to turn off a few bytes. The bytes we're going to turn off is jump and fall. Walking doesn't really matter. What face left and right doesn't really matter. On ladder and ladder move do matter. And state dying matters as well. But we're going to set that value. So I'm not going to change that value either in the and anyway. So we're not going to do state dying. Ladder move, we want to clear. On ladder, we want to clear. Face right, we want to clear. No, face right, we want to leave. Yeah, face left, we want to leave. Walking we want to leave, jump and fall we want to clear. So let's just make sure that's 8 bytes. It is 8 bytes. Perfect. You want to sleep multiple times. Yeah. Hey, Proton Fig. I was just saying, actually, Proton Fig, there is a piece of work I need to do. Actually, let me show you what I need to do. Well, let me just finish this piece of code and then we'll do it. But there's a piece of code I need to do for Checkanoid, and your fast blitting of bobs basically is something that I might have to pick your brain about, because it's something I probably want to do. So I need to set dying here. So I'm going to set that one and clear those ones, and then store that in player state here. So put that back into that. Right. Okay. So at this point, player state is now set to player dying, and we can start working on that. Before we get into that, I just want to show Proton what I'm trying to do. Playthroughs, not that one. Where is it? Meetings. That's the whole meeting, though, isn't it? Playthrough. No, it is this one. Okay. So let me just turn the sound off, because you guys don't need to hear the sound. That's fine. So I've got this idea for one of the screens in Checkanoid. Let me get to that particular screen, and you'll be able to see what I'm trying to do. It's the only screen that I'm thinking I need some kind of different technique for it. I've got an idea how to do it, and I think based on what you were saying about the so it's these things here. What you were saying about the fast splitting thing, I think this would work really well. So I don't know if you can. Oh, why has it done that? I thought that was the screen I was at. Okay, there we go. So you see these things here? I need to try and draw them. So my initial idea was to just use characters to do these, but what I've thought is what would be easier is if I had an array of multiplex sprites. So if I had 4 sprites across the top and 4 sprites down, so it's a grid of 16 sprites. Then if you look at the swarm as a whole, it kind of moves in this pattern, right? And that can just be moving that grid of 16 sprites around. But the individual movements, I think that can be done with a similar method you're using for blitting those triangles that you were doing. So you use a zero page to create you use a zero page to create a kind of a mask buffer, if you like, and then you draw them into the sprites. Do you think that's something that can be done quite easily in a few? I mean, we're talking at most maybe 20% of the raster time for a frame I'd have free to do this. I think it can be done. I definitely think it can be done. I don't see any reason why it can't. These are all 4x4 pixels at most. So it's not like they're huge or anything. They're quite small. Anyway, that's my idea anyway. So, and I think this is going to be one of those wow moments as well. If I get this working, because if once you go through this area, these actually chase you around the screen. So they need to have a bit of movement, but I think they can still fit within a 4x4 sprite block quite easily. Or even 5x5. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The multiplexer can handle that. It's just filling that data in, basically. That's my idea anyway. And the other screen, I'll show the other wow bit that I think is going to be really cool when we get it working, which is this screen here. So this, there was a bit of concern that this screen wouldn't work well, but I think it will. I think we can. I mean, this is essentially just like a 36 frame animation for these segments. it wouldn't be as smooth as this, but it would be, maybe 10 degrees increments of a rotation of these. And then this in the middle could also be done with sprites. I mean, this is I think 12 sprites total, but you could use like expanded sprites and stuff to do this. So anyway, I'm getting distracted, so let me skip on from that. But yeah, I will probably be picking your brain, Proton, about that at some point. Good night, Chiswicked. Thanks for joining the stream, dude, and thank you for the raid as well. All right. I think I missed a follow earlier on as well. Joe Fish 90. That was like 3 hours ago. You're probably not here anymore, but thank you for the follow. And thank you for the follow at Cluramis as well. So watch the Phantom of the Opera. I will watch the Phantom of the Opera, I promise. It's something I definitely need to do at some point. Thanks for joining the stream, dude, and I hope to see you again. Okay, so we've set that flag now. So what we need to do, I mean, that's in itself, it's not going to do anything. All it means is we're not going to be falling and jumping. In fact, what I think it will do, in fact, let's give it a try. What I think it will do is mean that we can walk across spikes. So let's give it a try. Let's see what happens. Let's fall down here. Oh, I shouldn't have fallen down there, but okay, I'll come back to that. Oh, something's very wrong here. Oh, okay. There is a bug here. Okay. Need to work out what that is. But yeah, you see there, I can walk across the sprite, walk across these, and that's because we're setting the dying flag, which means we're turning off the jumping and falling flag, but it's not actually doing anything yet. But I do want to figure out why it wasn't working quite correctly at the top. So let's have a look at that. Yeah, there. I should not fall through that, but yeah, I do for some reason. So let's just check the collision matrix for this. Okay, so this is where we're falling through, and let's show the collision here. Okay, yeah, it's just the collision's just wrong here. Okay, so that should be solid. That should be solid. That's correct. Ladders are still ladders in this mode, which is correct. But they're also still ladders in this mode, which is incorrect. So maybe my save routine is wrong, but I should be able to at least fix the initial export for this. I suspect it's not saving it correctly. I suspect that I'm saving the wrong tile set there, because it's fine there. But if I just load in that tile set again, so looking at these two here, which have got solid on them. No, they still have solid. Okay, I think I just saved it wrong. So okay, so I can now walk on spikes. Now, the only reason I can walk on spikes is because we're overriding any fall routine, and we're saying that no, we're not falling, we're dying. So the next step is to prevent any player action from happening while we're dying. So that's quite easy. So in player, we should have a player control routine in here somewhere. Jump and fall. No. Init place, right, player control. Here we go. So we don't do anything if the dialogue is open, but likewise, we should do exactly the same if we're dying. So we grab player state. Actually, it's already grabbed here, so we don't need to grab it again. Instead, what we'll do is we'll AND the accumulator with state dying. And this does do a comparison. So we can do Jump if jump relative. If the value is 0, in other words, we're not dying, we can jump to active. But we can change that even further. We can say return if non-zero. So if we just do ret non-zero here, this will have the same effect. So what should happen now is whenever we hit something that would kill us, the player will just stop moving, and we'll basically end up in a soft lock state. We shouldn't be able to move, shouldn't be able to jump. Animations will still play, but we shouldn't be able to have any kind of player control here at all. So let's just check our thing here. Yeah, we can still fall down there. That's good. Okay, so here. Oh no. Okay, so I can still walk on here. So that's not good. And I can still walk here. Okay, so that's not working. So let's take a look at that. So, oh, because we're loading the dialogue state, and it's not the dialogue state we're interested in; it's the player state. So. I have to say, it's probably likely, depending on who's streaming tomorrow, it's probably likely I'm going to do a Checkanoid stream tomorrow as well. Because I'm kind of I want to get the destructible objects in place tomorrow. I want to do it on stream. I don't want to do any of this code off stream. So depending on who's streaming, I may do that. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes. It's my last chat. It's my last week to really kind of to use my time in this way. Because starting next week, new job, not going to have the time to do this without being knackered all the time. Oh, okay. I need to be here. Okay, so if I walk on here, there we go. I'm frozen. So now I've kind of soft locked myself, which is exactly what I wanted, right? So I'm now in the dying state here. So now I'm in the dying state. What I need to do is I need to create some new values here. So the first value I'm going to create is New Joey, no streams until Christmas. Oh no, I will stream. It's just I'm very aware that when I stream, I don't sleep very well on that night. Which is fine doing it like twice a week, but doing it 5 days a week is going to be difficult. So, oh, that was close. That was close. Well done, Akmafin. Yeah, pick and mix does need to be. It's getting there though. Pick and mix is really, really close to completion now. I think I think it probably doesn't look it because there's a few bits that don't quite fit the game flow correctly. But once we get the bonus complete, which will get completed this weekend, I'm pretty sure there won't be a lot left to do. It really will just be dropping levels in and testing it. Lula for Halloween. Yeah, I do want to do something for Halloween. I don't know what it's going I think it will probably be an Arkanoid style game, and it needs to have a name like that. Yeah, Lula or. Um, I'll tell you what, I'm surprised you guys have stuck around as long as you have, considering for the past hour I've just been waffling about shit. Actually, probably more than an hour, to be honest. Lol, arc. Lol, yeah. Oh, no, it doesn't work, does it? I'll have to have a think about it. But I think I do want to do something, so that's every. Yeah. Why don't we stick around? Yeah, I guess. I keep forgetting you guys come for the fun as much as you do for the code, so. Okay, so the other thing we need to do when we set state down is we also need to set some kind of. I guess it's. We can probably do this with the jump. Yes, this is how we can do it. We can do it with the jump fall index. So what we're going to do is we're going to basically assume that we're jumping. So we're going to do the same thing as if we're jumping. So if we look down here, where is jump? Yeah, ladder controls. Where's the buttons checks in here? Horizontal, no. Checks. Check for screen exit, down check, left, right, button check. Here we go. So in here, do jump, we are setting state jump, which I'm not going to set. But we do set this. So we reset the jump fall index. And this is the key, right? So what we're going to do is whenever we hit something we consider death. So let me search for death in here again. It's not there. Where was it? It's definitely not in maps, so get rid of that. It's not in transition, so get rid of that. Is collision death? Yeah, but we're doing a check before that. I think I'm just missing it in here. Because I'm doing case sensitive, that's why. Here, okay, so here where we set the player state, what we should also be doing is setting the accumulator to 0 and storing it on our player jump fall index. So what this means is we're saying, okay, we're dying, but what we're going to do is we're going to do a jump, okay? And the initial state, in fact, we can do it with the state jump. So we're actually clearing these values in here. So we're still going to use state and state fall and state jump, but now we're going to do it in a sneaky way. If state fall and state jump is set, but state dying is set. Oh my god, I need to check again for this. So here, where we do this thing here, where we turn off falling and dying, which is correct. But what we're going to do is we're going to jumping and falling. We're going to turn on the jump, and what this is going to do is it's going to say, okay, we're dying, so we're going to take a different path through the code, but we know we're in a jump state. And that jump state basically means that during the death routine, we're going to move up a little bit, and then we're going to move down. Same that we do on the pick and mix. It's the same that we do on the original .cosmos as well. Oh god, City Zen. That is a midget fortune teller that escaped from prison. He's a small medium at large. Yes. We expect you to sing some theatrical music. No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Sorry. I like musicals, and I can probably sing I probably know the lyrics to a lot of musicals, but there's no way I'm going to sing it. I cannot sing. I'm sorry, I cannot do that. Sorry. Okay, right. So now we've set the fall state. So now what we need to do is whenever we do the update, which is normally in here, jump and fall. This is where we do it, right? So we're checking a dialogue state. We're checking the frame timer. Are we falling? Okay, no, this is fine. We can check this, and we can actually. I'd like to see what just happens now, because I think the jump and fall will still work. So I think we'll freeze from player control, but I think we should be able to. I think we should be able to see the jump and fall action, which means the only thing we really need to do is check if we've gone off the bottom of the screen, which is the end of the jump routine. Okay, no. So what it's doing here now is it's starting the jump routine, but what's happening is we're moving up, we're doing the jump routine, then the fall routine is happening. Then as we fall, it's double checking. Is we're landing on a spike again, so it's checking again. So what we actually need to do when we check that spike, which is here, actually we can do it before we get into it because this is player collision. So active. So we can do the check here. So we can say we don't care about player collision at all if the player is already dying. So we're going to get the player state. And we're going to end that with and accumulate it with player collision. No, sorry, state dying. And if that is non-zero, is it non-zero? Oh, we just do return if non-zero. So this is basically going to say if we're already dying, then don't do that check again. We don't need to do it again. We know we're dying. No need to do that check two times. So what we should see here now is we will fall, and we'll probably just start looping through the screen. We'll probably fall off the bottom and start looping through the screen. There we go. So yeah, exactly what I thought. We're looping through the screen. So that's it. That is pretty much the death routine. All we really need to do now is we need to check, are we off the bottom of the screen, which is an easy check to do. We can check the player Y position. If we are off the bottom of the screen, then remove for life. And this is where it gets tricky. If we're off at the bottom of the screen, remove a life, we need to respawn. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a simple respawn function. And for now, the respawn function is going to spawn us somewhere in the middle of the screen. It's going to be very, very simple. I'm going to put it in the player routine, and I'm going to call it player respawn. And the job of player respawn is basically to set up the player kind of attributes as we need. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get player state, and we need to reset all these things in here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set all the states. So that means we're going to turn off. Actually, we can probably just turn off everything because we know this is going to be set. So we know this is going to be a single state. This is not going to change. So we can set it like this, and we can just load the accumulator with a value. So the value we're going to set here is we're going to set, I don't know, we're not jumping. So we need to work from this way. So we're not dying. Oh, pardon me. We're not dying. We're not on a ladder. I'm not moving on a ladder. Face left, face right. For now, it doesn't really matter. Let's say that we're facing right, but we're not facing left. Walking, no, we're not. Falling and jumping, no, we're not. So that's going to reset the player state here. Right, that's the wine gone. We're just down to rum now. I've probably got about another 2 glasses of rum, so. A guy in Australia set up a Facebook page for Australian research and space. Yeah. So that sets that up, but the other thing we need to set up is the player X and the player Y, because without these, we're not going to be in the right position. So for now, we're just going to set some hard-coded values. I'm going to do something that's kind of roughly over to one side of the screen. So I'm going to do 2, 0. And I'm going to store that at player X and player Y. Player X. I should be able to duplicate that and do that for player Y. Okay, so this player routine is a very, very simple player respawn routine. It's not taking account of anywhere where we should have respawned. It's just respawning us at the same spot every time. But what we can do now is we can check in our jump and fall down here somewhere, falling here, this bit here. There is a snap when we hit the bottom, but what we can do here, so here we're going to check if dying and fallen off bottom of screen. And this is where we're going to reduce the number of lives and we're going to respawn the player. So the end result is we're going to call player respawn. But before we do that, what we need to do is we need to check, are we dying first? So we're going to load the accumulator with player state. Oh my God, I can tell I've been drinking. It's getting harder and harder to type and see the screen actually. So I just need more rum, obviously. Should I play some Last of Us 2 tonight? I think I maybe should, actually. Yeah, I think I should, maybe. Okay, so we're going to load the player state and we're going to check if we're dying. So we're checking the accumulator against state. Dying, like that. And we'll just call this X here. Whoops. Yes to tell between The Last of Us 2. Okay. To tell between Last of Us 2. Okay, I don't know. I don't quite know what you mean there, but I assume you mean yes. Play Last of Us 2. I need to finish that goddamn game. It's killing me, that game. And I fully intend on streaming some RTX 3090 stuff when I get that card, and obviously PS5 when I get that as well. So you meant me, yeah. Well, there's a lot of people in the stream. It's just there's not many people talking. There's you and Warlock talking. That's about it, really. Okay, so if we're dying, so if this is non-zero, if this is 0, then we're not dying, so we can jump to exit. Otherwise, we need to do some new stuff. So, for player respawn. So we don't want to do this straight away because at the moment, what this will do is as soon as you start dying, it will respawn you. In fact, I can show you that now. So if I hit the spikes down at the bottom, what's going to happen is I'm immediately going to appear somewhere at the top. Which is not right because I need to do the whole animation thing. So see how I appeared at the top straight away? And it doesn't matter which mode I'm in, that will happen the same. I just appear at the top. So that's my respawn at the moment. But what I need to do is I need to complete the animation. So also what I need to do here is I then need to check the value in player Y. So player Y, okay, so much like the Commodore 64, the sprites on the Game Boy, actually slightly different on the Commodore 64. The top and bottom borders are a lot bigger than they need to be. Who put enter? Oh, okay, it's the good one. Okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting. It found unknown. It found unknown in the middle, I think. So it went unentertaining. Oh God, Hayes is still away. Fuck's sake, Hayes. Fuck's sake, man. God damn you, dude. God damn you. Oh shit. Okay. And it's too early to go for a cigarette as well. I might go for a cigarette anyway. I don't think I can handle another unentertainer. Yeah, so much like the Commodore 64, the sprite is allowed to go into the border a little bit. So the actual kind of beginning of the screen area is not 0, 0. Unlike the C64, however, which has quite a large bottom and top border, although the side border is kind of spot on. The border is exactly the width of the sprite on the Game Boy Color. On the Commodore, the side borders are the left hand side border is the width of the sprite, and the top border is not. The top border is about 50, I think. But on the Game Boy, the side is 8 pixels wide. Now, the reason why it's 8 pixels wide is because the sprite is actually either 8 by 8 or 8 by 16. So the widest the sprite can be is 8 pixels. And what we're actually doing to draw Doc is we're joining two. Actually, we're joining 4 sprites together. It's not 2 because we're not using 8 by 16. We're using 4 lots of 8 by 8. So that means the side border is 8 pixels wide because that allows you to move a sprite completely off into the border by setting it to 0 and it not be seen on the screen. So the edge is at 8, but it's not the side that we're bothered about here. We're bothered about the bottom of the screen, right? So the bottom of the screen is a little bit different. The sprites can be 8 by 16, which means that the biggest the sprite can be is 16 pixels high, which means the top of the screen is actually at 16, which allows you to move an 8 by 16 sprite off the top of the screen and it still be non-visible. So that's why the top of the screen is actually at sprite position 16. Now the screen is 18 rows of characters high, which is this fucking tube. Oh god. It's 18 rows of 8, which is 144 pixels high, plus the 16 at the top. So actually, if the value reaches 160, or I'll do it in hexadecimal for simplicity. If the value is more than A0, then we've reached the edge of the screen. Then at that point, the character, the sprite has been drawn past the top border, past the entire screen, and is now being drawn in the bottom border. So at that point, we can call player respawn. Otherwise, we're going to jump to exit, and it's not. We need to use carry here. Right, and I always get this mixed up on Z80. I can't remember if it's carry set or carry not set. So I'm gonna actually I'm too drunk to even think about which way it works. So I'm just gonna try one, and then if it doesn't work, try the other. So please no, don't make this the real Checkanoid music. See, you've got problems, Andy. You've got problems. You can't give anybody a definite answer. You have to troll them with your answers. Okay, so it's still looping, which means we're not checking that value. Although interestingly, it didn't immediately draw it at the top either. So I'm a bit bothered that this isn't doing it. But I'm gonna try flipping it and try it out. But yeah, after the music you sent me the other day, Andy, yesterday, if that turns out to be the quality of the Checkanoid music, I just give up. I just quit. Hopefully, it's not. Okay, so it immediately respawned. Okay, so interesting. It's almost like player Y is not updating properly at this point. Okay, let's have a look at this. Okay, so if we take this screen and we have a look at the VRAM, and we specifically look at OAM here. So I can't remember which one is Y. I think it's the first one. I think it's this one here. So the screen is. Let me just recalculate. I might have got this wrong. Yeah, so the screen is exactly 18 characters high. 18 characters at 144, and the top is 16. So you would kind of think that if the player got to that position, which we're going to try and do here, and keep an eye on the screen to see what happens. Oh, now I can just walk on them. Oh, because this is an old version. But this is at 7.9, so this would be 8.0. Oh, it's 9.0, not A0. That's why. Okay, all right, let's try that. Let's change that to carry. I think I was right the first time with this. Do you know, I'm going to have to go for a break in a minute anyway, because I desperately need the bathroom. This is what happens when you start drinking rum after wine. Oh, but I want to hear the rest of this tune first. So that's a good point, actually, Andy. Is Steve still doing music? Is he? Because I think the last I saw he was doing kind of 3D animation and stuff. That's the last thing I saw from him. It'd be good to know if he's doing if he's still doing music, because he really should be doing. Yeah, that's not working. Okay, let's try reducing that even more. Let's just see what happens if I keep reducing this value. I agree. He should be. Yeah, he's. I think his music is really underrated. When people say like their favorite Sid artists, it's always the same few that turn up, and I almost never hear Steve in that list. And I think his bass lines in almost everything he did for Apex is ahead of everybody else. The way he could manipulate the pulse, what's it called, pulse modulation, pulse width modulation or something. I can't remember what it is. I'm not a musician. I don't really know. is incredible. He could do some really good stuff, and if you listen to the bass lines in Creatures and Mayhem and so, it's incredible, and Retrograde as well for that matter. Right, I'm gonna have to go for a break because I really am kind of squirming in my seat right now. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Pulse stuff. Yeah. He pulled a lot of different. He pulled from a lot of different sources. We go clubbing, you see him trying to memorize, but yeah, and it shows as well. The stuff he does with bass lines is really kind of. I don't even know what the word is. It's kind of got a. It's got a like a hum to it, like a vibe to it that you just don't get in many tunes. He was a master of messing with the bass lines, and it really annoys me that he isn't recognized for that because I think in a way he's kind of he's just known for being one half of Apex Productions rather than a great musician in his own right, and it's a shame, really. All right, I will be back in 5 minutes, guys. All right, be right back. Oh my god, I need to hear this now. I need to hear what the TTS does. Oh, that was disappointing, actually. Thank you very much for the bits, Hayes. But a very disappointing TTS. I expect better from you. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Be right back. It helps if I press the right buttons, I guess. Though. Look what I found in the fridge. More alcohol. I'm pretty sure it's the girlfriend's because I didn't buy it. But I'm still going to drink it. I'll just buy more tomorrow. It's fine. Cheers, guys. Yeah, it's all right, I guess. Yeah, bottoms up, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It'll do the job. It'll do the job. Let's get another run made. So the problem I've got here is it's not detecting the bottom of the screen properly. I'm going to make this be at least 2. Oh my god, how did I get that out? Considering how fast I went through this run last time, this has lasted me a long time. So let's make this a weak one. Yeah. I actually do have a bottle of tequila still in the fridge. I've still got the. Going to add bloody beer to it. Then I've still got a bottle of Patron Cafe as well in the fridge, but I'm not going to drink that. I'll save that. That stuff is strong. I was an utter mess last time. Yes, I've been. I was an utter mess, but I still got stuff done. It wasn't like I didn't get stuff done. I just was very distracted. Okay, right. So let me turn the races off as well. I have to say, I think the 15 minutes is about right for the races. Oh, I had sake to cook food with, and oh, interesting. How do you cook with sake? I've never actually tried that. I guess it's quite good for cooking instead, like in place of rice wine and stuff. I guess it's pretty good, isn't it? For the meat stuff, yeah. So I imagine if you're doing like a teriyaki beef or something like that, then it's pretty good to replace rice wine in that case because you use rice wine a lot for for when you do your meat and you just kind of reduce some alcohol in it. Usually use a bit of rice wine on that. But is there some interaction between the Sid player and Deep Sid? No. So what it is I was trying to get a Sid player, and originally I was trying to get control of Deep Sid. But what I did was I had a lot of problems with it. So Deep Sid is embedded in the overlay. You can't see it because it's just an iframe that's kind of embedded down here in the corner somewhere. Like, down there somewhere in the corner. You can't see it. It's like a one by one pixel and it's hidden just off page, so you can't see it. But the only thing that I do with Deep Sid is I use the player that's in there. So I use there's a couple of players that Deep Sid uses, and I use whichever one Deep Sid thinks is appropriate for the tune. But what I'm doing is I'm hooking into it with JavaScript to feed it the SID data. And then locally on my machine, I have a copy of HVSC downloaded on my machine, which I need to update. Actually, I haven't updated it since I started doing this, so probably need to do an update and add some more in as well. And I'll add your Nemo track in as well, because I would like to hear that more on stream. So and then basically this search is completely different. So the search is a search I did myself. So what I do is a part of my kind of collation of all the tunes is I create a database almost of all the tunes. In fact, you'll see it if I restart. This isn't anybody's tune, is it? No. You'll see it if I restart the overlay. You'll see it count the tunes, and all that's doing is it's adding it to the database. So you can see there it says the number of songs passed, and it seems to be stuck. That's just going through all the SIDs in my folder, and it's creating a link to that tune, a list of tags based on that tune. So it separates the name of that tune into separate pieces, and then the song length as well. It needs to know the song length, so it grabs song length from the song length database that you can get from HVSC as well, and then it uses them in a fuzzy search. So when you do a search, it finds the closest match it can, and it picks the top one from that list. Which is why passing in a full path is better than passing in individual tunes. Update. Very good. Yeah, so just as actually Andy Magic Knight hasn't there, he's typed in Jasmine. So what that has done there is it's picked the J from John Wells, the AS from Astro, which creates jazz, and then mine from my main theme, and created a it's decided that is the closest link to it. So if there had been a tune with the word Jasmine in it somewhere, then that it would have probably found that. So there you go. If you want to name a tune and you want it to be found with a search, call it Jasmine. Sid Happens is another one of the libraries, isn't it? I probably need to add a bit more in, actually. I can't remember offhand, but basically, Hayes, what I do is the iframe has the players built into it, so you can reference the players in the iframe. So then all you need to do is call the player load routine, I think, something like that, to load the file from my local machine into the deep SID player, and then it will play it. I should share it at some point. I mean, it's horrible code. I'll tell you now, it's really nasty code. I've got this habit of when I do code that is only for me to look at, it's the worst code you will ever see. It's horrible code. I just take all the shortcuts I possibly can. I mean, I'm using jQuery for the races, for God's sake. I could have done that with Pixie.js and made it beautiful, made it really efficient and well, but it's all just done with jQuery. It's all just jQuery animations. Oh, oh, Acmafin. Minus 10 AMK points for you. No, it's fine. And the thing is this is one of the things I think people should embrace when they write code is if you know the code is only ever going to be used by you, if you're never going to share it, if it's just going to be used by you, just do what works. Don't spend all your time making it super efficient and stuff. Just do what works. Get it out. And that's what I've done with this. So you didn't have any AMK points to start. Good point. So he's on minus AMK points. Okay, so this comparison doesn't seem to be working for some reason, and I'm a little bit concerned over why this is not working. Because we're comparing the value in player Y. Let's just check. Actually, is this comparing the? Yeah, it is comparing the value that's in player Y. Because if I change this to NC, then we will get the respawn happening. Should probably start on a different screen. So it's a 10, 9, 8. So this is screen 7, which means this is screen 13, 12, which means this is screen 6. All right, let's start on screen 6 next time. Well, no, let's start on screen 12, because then that gives me... You see how it's respawning me straight away? Well, let me start on screen 12, because that's going to be a bit more it's going to be easier for me to deal with. So let's just check that that's correct. I don't write clean code. I have to read it. Yeah, I mean, you do have to read it yourself. But the thing is there's certain bad habits that you can have that you can notice straight away. When you read the code, you can notice it straight away. So if you're writing stuff that isn't used outside of your outside of what you do, then by all means use your bad habits. As long as you know the bad habits, as long as you can look at it and go, oh yeah, I took a shortcut here and I can deal with it. So what I mean, I can show you the code. It's super simple, but it's just messy. That's all. This one. So it is really just lots and lots of functions in a row. That's all it is. There's really little thought about kind of formatting here. There's comments in here. There's things that are commented out. So there is a little bit of stuff in here, but it's just not neat. That's all it is. It's just not. It's not meant for. I mean, look at this. I mean, this line itself should be indented like that, but I've obviously pasted that in from somewhere. And that's it. And there's like files that are left over and stuff that's just not being called anymore. Yeah, I mean, it looks fine, but if this was something I was doing in a team, I would completely do this differently. This is not neat code. So this is the SID player code, and all I'm doing when you go to play a tune. So this is the fuzzy routine, and then there is. So this is the playlist. So this is if none of you pick a tune, this is the list that gets played. Which I can't remember where I got that playlist from, but it's just a list of tunes in there. And then this is I call it. Oh, it's the epic playlist. It's the playlist from YouTube. So this is the SID the deep SID equivalent of the playlist from YouTube. So epic song is the epic playlist, which it plays from there. And then there is somewhere in here play song. See, it's not even in a decent order. There's things like that. I would put another space in there or one space in there. So yeah, all it's doing is SID load, and that's it. And SID is something I'm grabbing from an iframe, I guess, up here somewhere. I mean, it's bound to be in the middle somewhere rather than at the beginning. In fact, it might not even be. Yeah, there you go. It's grabbed here. So it's not the neatest code, but it does work. No, you can abuse fuzzy search. Trust me, fuzzy search is nasty anyway. So, yeah, but that's basically it. It's not complicated code at all. It's just a lot of kind of messy code. That's about it, really. All right. Okay. So, we're respawning immediately, right? So, this is implying that the carry flag is always set at this point. Sorry, it's always clear at this point. No, sorry, it's always set at this point. So this doesn't seem to be actually setting the carry flag at all, which in itself is a little bit worrying because I would have thought this would have set the carry flag, which makes me wonder what the hell this is doing here. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm gonna reverse this. I'm gonna start this, and then I'm gonna find player Y in this list, and I'm just gonna see what values are in there. I just want to make sure that those values. Oh my god! All right, close all of those. Hey, Florence, commands. Yeah, you just have to kind of go and look there, I guess, for commands. Okay, so we're moving around in a loop here now, but what I want to do is I want to see if I go and have a look at D00C, am I going to see the right value in this place? I have a funny feeling I'm not going to see the value correctly here. And in fact, I'm looking in the wrong place there. There we go. So the value is 62 at this point. So if I just click on here and I try and click on here when I'm off screen. So at this point here, I should be off screen, and I kind of am. I'm at 8E, and we're checking against 80. But for some reason, this is not giving me the right value. So I wonder if this is even correct. Which makes me wonder how on earth I'm supposed to do this, because I would have thought the carry and the not carry set is part of the comparison. So where's my Z80? That's how much I use it. I don't know where it is. Oh shit! I don't even know where it is. All right. What's that? Yeah, Z80 doesn't seem to set flags ever, so I'm going to just check in here what the comparison thing does. I don't even know how to look it up in here. This is how often I use this. I don't really know. Okay, so it seems to be in alphabetical order, which so far so good. I'm pretty sure it should set the carry flag there. I don't understand why it wouldn't. Compare register with the accumulator. No, that's not what I'm doing. I am comparing the accumulator with a value. So compare memory document. Okay, so compare register. No. Okay. Yeah, this book is not good. This book does not have everything I want. Yeah, so this should be setting the carry flag. According to this, it should be setting the carry flag. So just trying to steal some commands from your own stream. Yeah, no worries, dude. Most of my commands are just standard stream elements or Streamlabs commands. The only ones I've got that are specific are things that I've actually written a bot to do anyway. So I've got a little shimmer bot that you can see in the chat now that listens to a few extra commands. So like the SID requests and the oh god, what's it called? How big is the screen in lines? The screen is 18 in lines. So if you look here, right, the sprite here is off the screen here, and you can see the value is 8E. So you would expect this value here to be more than 8E. In which case, the carry is clear, then we go to exit. And in other words, if the value is less than 80, we go to exit. But for some reason, this is not being called at that point. And I just wonder, is this failing for some reason? Is this check not correct? I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Let's have a look. Right, so we know that the first three lines. We know that these three lines are working correctly, because I can go quite close to the bottom of the screen and not cause a respawn. But we're causing a respawn. Actually, not in this case, but actually no, not in this case at all. So you see here, if I go down the bottom here, I just end up in a loop here. I am never reaching a point where that value is off the bottom of the screen. You think 80 is too big? All right, let's try a value kind of like 50. Let's go really far low, high even. So you can see this player is at a different. Oh, interesting. I think you're right. I think you are right. But then in that case, why? Okay, let's do this with 70. See that now that confuses me. Why is that the case? See, and I'm immediately peering up here again. That's 78. It's almost like that comparison isn't really doing anything. So I put 70 in here. 78 doesn't work. 70 does work. See, 70 immediately spawns me at the top. But 70 is way too soon. 70 is like I'm stood here. Oh, I know. That value is correct. No, it's not the HUD. Do you know what it is? It's because at the top of here we do this. We do this check. If we're dying, we immediately exit this routine. So the moment we start dying, we exit this routine. So even if the dying is set in the middle of here, which it is, where is it? Here. Dying is set here, and then it jumps to no snap. So it does one single frame of check. It does one single frame of this, and then it fails. Because this routine cancels it. So what we should be doing here, instead of ret non-zeros, we should be saying, if it's 0, jump to, we'll call it skip. We'll soon find out if that's it looks to be valid. Okay, cool. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to jump to check death over. That should fix our issues. It's just because we were exiting that routine at the same time we were using that routine to check. So there we go. Hopefully, this should work on the water as well. So, and it's going to keep doing that. But that's fine. That's fine. This is why we need to check the. Why use 2 jumps? Why am I using 2 jumps? Where am I using 2 jumps? Oh yeah, you're right. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll tell you why, because I'm drunken. I'm drunken. I can't even speak. I'm drunk. That's why. Cool. Okay, so we have that. So this introduces a few things. First of all, we're always going to spawn at this position up here. And that's going to be the same if we go into this screen. You'll see we spawn in this position up here. So if I go over here and I quit, we will spawn up here. And it will keep happening and we'll keep dying. So that's the first thing we need to do. We need to make sure that when we die, we spawn in the last valid place over the yeah, you did well there. We need to spawn in the last valid place that we were on the screen. So the first thing we need to do here then is we need to implement a system which keeps a record of where we are. So let's create some new variables in here. We're going to create player respawn screen, which is going to be 1 byte. And then we also need respawn X and respawn Y. So the reason we need to do the respawn screen is because you might not necessarily be, as I mentioned before, if you were, for instance, on this screen, at no point did we enter this screen and stand on what's considered to be solid ground, because it needs to be solid ground in both the old and the new timeline. So actually we would be on the previous screen. And so we need to know not just where we start on the screen, but which screen we start on. So we need 3 values here. Then we need to update these values. The second thing we need to do here, well, actually, there's 3 things total. That's the first thing we need to do. The second thing we need to do is we need to reduce the number of lives. So whenever we die, we need to reduce lives by 1. So this needs to update down here. And the third thing we need to do is we need to make sure that and I've completely forgot. Oh, we need to make sure that when we respawn, we're in an invulnerable state. Now we don't actually have invulnerability in here, so we'll just have a separate player is invulnerable flag in here. And what that will do is it will just flash the player, or it will do something to show that the player has a couple of seconds of invulnerability. The reason for that is because the human brain has a few kind of glitches in it, and one of the things it can't do very well is when you see a player die here and then reappear here, the brain takes a couple of milliseconds to kind of adjust its focus. Its focus is here where it dies, and then it has to readjust its focus to here. And that's exacerbated by being on different screens and in different locations. So you need a couple of seconds where the player will not die to anything that's going on in the in the scenery, basically. That gives your brain enough time to adjust to see what's going on. So if you were to respawn, say here, and there was an enemy here, you'd have enough time to go, oh, whoa, move out of the way of that enemy. So that's why you kind of have these invulnerability timers. It's partly because the code will sometimes spawn you over the top of an enemy, but you need a couple of frames to be able to set your brain to kind of readjust to your new position. You need to gather your surroundings. You need enough time to be able to look to see where you are on the screen, X and Y physically, but also to reassess your surroundings. You need a little time to reassess it. Yeah, yes, and exactly in the C64 version, unfortunately, the way I did that was to basically flash the sprite on and off, and because it uses hardware sprite collision and the doors are sprites, that meant that you could walk through doors during that period. But that's not going to be the case on this. That's not going to happen on this, so that's fine. Okay, so that means what we need to do is in our fall routine, where we do exactly the same routine where we work out if we're dying or not. We need to do some additional checks in here. So let me just check state dying. That's set there. So let me check for state dying. Oh, I need to check it in this one though. I don't know. Okay, state. Really, it's not in here. I don't believe that for a minute. Because I know there's a fall routine. Oh, hang on, it hasn't set it. It's active there. State dying. There we go. It is there. Okay. Check the death is over. So it's this one. No. Play collision. Check for collision. Here we go. So this is where we're dying. But what we need to do is if we're not dying, then we're falling. And falling is not the right place either. So it's no apply fall is where we need. But the way we're going to do this is instead of doing it at no apply fall, because no apply fall is going to be at the end of the falling routine. So what we're going to do is we're going to flip this condition on its head and change this to falling instead. And then we're going to do some extra checks, and then eventually we're going to jump to no apply fall. There we go. Now, the additional checks we're going to do are quite simple. We know we're on solid ground at this point. We know we're not falling. But what we need to do is we need to check, are we still falling if we're in the other position? So this gets a little bit trickier. So what we need to do is we need to say, call get, oh God, okay. Call get collision, oh, fuck's sake, alternate. There we go. So this is going to be a new routine in collision. And the job of this routine is to basically do the same as this routine, but instead of checking against collision table 2, we're now going to check the opposite. We're going to do exactly the opposite of that routine. So the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to just copy this entire routine, really, really simple. and we're just going to flip the condition. Now, we could probably do this a lot more efficiently, but I really can't be asked figuring out the way to do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change that from non-zero to 0. And now this is going to return the opposite collision. So this is going to contain the collision from the opposite tile set. Now we need to make sure that this collision that we have in transition current, in DE, so that DE is never changed. And it looks here we are doing some things in DE here, so we might need to restore that thing here. So what I'm going to do, okay, so we definitely need to do this, but I wonder, does that change things? Does this actually change the values in DE? That's the interesting thing, because in this routine we need the value in DE to stay the same. DE is the value that's being pulled in and staying the same. Is collision solid or ladder only changes the accumulators. So actually, I think we're probably all right with this. However, there is this add, and that's what worries me here. We're adding a value to the accumulator, and then we're copying it in. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. So we kind of need to store that DE value before we go in there. So what I'm going to do is call this player respawn check. I'm going to store 2 bytes here. And then what I'm going to do is, before we do this routine here, which is the normal char collision, you see the return address in DE here. I'm going to load the accumulator with D, and then I'm going to store that in, which I'm going to do with E. Player respawn check. And I'm going to do the same with the D here as well. Oh my god, copy down, will you? For God's sake, there we go. Okay, so that means now player respawn check has the value in D. But this is the char position, which is correct. So that's fine, because the collision check is actually going to grab that value and then look it up in the table. So all we need to do is we need to restore that value. So we're going to load E with the value in here, which I'm hoping I can do directly. We maybe can't do that directly. I'm sure we'll find out in a minute. Like so. So this would be +1. This would be +0. This would be +0. This would be +1. Right, okay. So at this point now, we know if the alternate is a collision or not. And now, instead of jumping to falling, what we'll do here is, if the carry is set, we jump to falling. Otherwise, we're not falling, so we go to here. So we jump to no apply fall here. Otherwise, here we start recording things. So what we're going to do is we're going to load accumulator with current screen, and we're going to store that at player respawn screen, and then basically the same thing with the other 2 values that we need, which is player respawn X, which is going to come from player X, player respawn Y, which is going to come from player Y. And that's pretty much it. Then all we need to make sure is, when we do the player respawn, which is here, that instead of just grabbing these values directly from there, we grab from player respawn X and player respawn Y. Now, this is going to be enough for the initial test, but what we're also going to have to do is we're going to have to check respawn screen against current screen. In fact, we might as well do it here. Okay, so load the accumulator with current screen, and we're going to compare the accumulator with player respawn screen. There we go. if those values are 0, that means that they're non-zero, which means they are the same. Karen, is that right? No, sorry, 0 would mean that they're the same. If they're the same, then we jump to skip, which is going to be this bit here. Otherwise, what we need to do is call this routine here, but we'll do it with actually next screen. So okay, it's not next screen. What's it called? Where is the map? There it is. Change screen. Okay. Let's find out how that's called. Okay, so it's called here. Okay, so maybe not change screen is probably not the right thing. We need to go for map draw. Okay, so we'll go for this. So basically I'm in the same routine and I've completely forgot where I was, so this is going to be fun. Player respawn is what I'm looking for. Okay. Player control. Check terminal. Blah blah blah. It's going to be in here somewhere. Where's players? Fuck's sake. Player respawn. Player respawn. There we go. Yeah, so it's this basically, but we're going to load C with the value from. Actually, it's already in. No, it's not. It's in here. Okay, so we're going to load C with the value for it. Right, I fully suspect that this is going to throw loads of errors. Yeah, okay. Which I'm pretty sure is to do with not using the accumulator for these. Oh, okay. Player respawn screen. That should be fine. Why is that failing? That's weird. Anyone's still awake? Yeah. You guys are hardcore troopers. You really are. I mean, this is work. For me, I'm not at work, so it doesn't matter to me. So the fact that you guys are still around is freaking crazy. Okay, players 676. For some reason, this is failing. Why is this line failing? Compare the accumulated with the contents of player respawn screen, which is this one here. Making the most of it. You still no, you're employed now. It's just you don't have a start date yet, or you've not started yet. Okay, let's just get rid of that for a second. This should be enough to test the at least the basics of the respawn anyway. And then we can work out what the other stuff is doing. Okay, so we still got issues. Okay, so I figured as much. This is going to be not using the accumulator to pass these things. 724. Yeah, so you can't just load E with this. What you have to do is load the accumulator with that and then pass that in from there. So same on this one. Load the accumulator with that value. So if you want to load the other registers with a value from memory, you have to do it through the accumulator. This is one of the reasons I hate Z80. This is what I don't like about it. It's a nasty way to do things. 702. So this is branch out of range. So you can see it's a relative branch. So we're just going to change it to a non-relative branch. Got another one here, 697. Change that to a non-relative branch. There we go. Okay. So let's give this a try. So hopefully if I walk off the edge here now, what I should do is appear back at this spot. But I don't. I appear on a completely different screen. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's interesting because I'm not doing anything to... interesting. Technicalities, yeah, indeed. I'm going to go for a break on the hour here. I went for one a little bit earlier. It tends to the time between my breaks tend to get a bit a bit kind of more frequent as the night goes on. See, that just made me drop off screen. That didn't actually kill me at all, which worries me a little bit. Actually, that is kind of different. So this was the extra check that we did. Where was it? Check for collision. Collision solder ladder. It wasn't that one, was it? Where was it? Shit, what have I just done? I've completely forgotten what I've just done. Right, do you know what? I'm gonna go for a smoke. Just gonna clear my head a little bit and come back to this. So I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Be right back. Oh yeah, I'm really drunk. I thought it was 1 o'clock and it's 2 o'clock, but whatever. I'm also drunk. I can tell I'm drunk. Let me stop that. Okay. Right. Okay. So the problem is when we fall off the bottom of the screen, we seem to be moving into the next screen rather than doing this player respawn thing. Okay. So player respawn is being called, and this is resetting the state. Let me just return from this, just want to make sure that is working. If that's working, then I know it's the rest of this function. Whoops. No, it's dropping me off the bottom of the screen for some reason. Published. So all of a sudden, this has stopped working, which makes me think that I'm actually making a mistake here in wherever it is now. So that's correct. Wherever we're recording those values, which I can't remember where it is now. Falling there. If we're not falling... Wait a minute, why are we doing that there? Yeah, okay, so that's grabbing that value again. So I just take this out here. That should fix that issue. I think that's the problem here, is that value is being... No, okay, it's breaking there for some reason. What have I done? I've done something terrible here. What have I done? I've broken something here. It's definitely in this area. That. God damn it! You did Z80. Yeah, that's the problem here. Yeah, something's gone wrong here. Okay, so this is the normal fall check. So if we're not falling, we go to no apply fall. If we are falling, then we do this thing. This is the extra shit that we did. Is a collision solid? If it's not solid, then we go to falling, which is down here. Otherwise, we do... If it is solid, then we do another check here. Oh, okay. If it is solid, then we jump. So, Jesus, I'm pressing all the wrong keys here. I'm sure I'm going to be messing this up massively. Oh, oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, let's. Yeah, I've made a mess of this. All right. Okay, so we are checking a position to see if we are falling or not. If this is that, then we go to no falling. Okay, so that should hopefully no apply for. Let's get rid of that as well. So if it gets to here, then we could still be falling. Okay. Oh my god, I've made a right mess of this. Okay. Okay, let's go through this step by step. Okay, so we check the fall collision. So we check if we're jumping or on a ladder, then we don't need to do anything. Okay, fine. However, if we are, then we need to check, are we on solid or a ladder? If we are on a solid or a ladder, then we carry on to the next bit. No, we can jump to no apply fall. And then we do the same thing again, jump to no apply fall. Okay. Let's just remove that. So this is going to let me walk across the spikes. No, it's not. Okay. Why is it not letting me walk across? Oh, because I'm not setting this. Okay, so we're definitely falling at this point. So we will check, is a collision death? Shit, I should have get committed this way earlier. Fuck. Okay. So we get to here, and this is saying, are we in collision death? So is it solid or ladder? If it is, go to no apply for. If it's collision death, it's not collision death, and go to falling. Okay, that's part way there. So we're dying at this point. The problem is when we reach this bottom here, we're not doing the player respawn. The player respawn should be resetting us, but it's not. Okay, so it's not resetting us, it's just letting us continue off the bottom. Okay, so none of this should matter. Check death over. So this bit here. Oh, okay. If not jump or fall. Okay, so if we're not falling here, no snap. Okay, jump, no snap. Jump, snap. No snap, no snap. Falling. Okay, so if we are falling, do this, and we jump to snap, which is here. And then here we should jump to exit. I'll just undo it all if it doesn't work. I'm just going to undo it all and go back. The problem is this doesn't seem to be getting called now. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, I'm just going to have to undo. I really hate doing this, but seems like it might be the only way to do this. It's this alternate collision, that's what's causing the problem. So this is the extra check that we're doing here. If this works, I'm gonna save it so that I've got. Oh no! See, I'm still falling off the bottom of the screen, so I don't think that's correct. It's collision death. Okay, so I'm not falling. Okay, so this should be no apply fall. Okay. What the actual fuck? Why is this not working? What have I done wrong? Let me just keep on doing it until. Okay, now what was the reason that didn't work? That was because check death over needed to be set somewhere. And then that was changed to no, okay. I don't think Last of Us 2 is going to happen tonight. Right, there we go. Right, we're back to the beginning. Jesus Christ. Okay. So before I continue, I just want to push this because I want to be able to go back and see what I've changed because I've had enough to drink, but it's a problem. So it's not in here, it's in here. Screen layouts, death routine. Okay, cool. So let's start again. Right. So what I need to do is whenever we're not falling. So I mean, we can do it on every frame. It doesn't necessarily have to be. It could be here as well. No, it couldn't because if oh no, jump to no snap, jump to. So this is where we're dying, and this is where we're falling. But either way, we skip no apply fall because that turns off falling here. But it doesn't turn off jumping. It just turns off falling. No apply fall. So if there is nothing beneath us, no apply fall. No apply fall. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this as a separate thing down here. So the way I'm gonna do this is really simple. I'm gonna grab player state. And I'm gonna end that with okay, so if state fall or jump is set, then no record spawn is what's going to be there. So jump if non-zero to no. No record spawn. Okay. And now we need to check, is the alternate character right? So we need to do this same check that we do here, where we check either. Now, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to record that value. So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of this. So I don't need those. But this one here, this returns a value in the accumulator, right? So I'm going to return this as player left foot collision. Oh my god. It returns it D though, so I'm going to return 2 here, and I'm going to call this collision address. Yeah, that's where we're back to now. So I'm going to load the accumulator with E, and I'm going to store that at, oh my god, player left foot collision address. I'm going to send with D. D. Fuck's sake. My typing is terrible when I've had a drink. It's not great at the best of times. I mean, I make so many mistakes when I type, it's crazy. And this would be here, actually. So that's actually in the wrong place. This needs to be here, like so. This needs to be right foot collision. Right foot collision. Okay, right. So now I have the left and right foot collision here. So what I can do is I can use that alternate lookup here at the bottom here. So if I do load the accumulator with player, actually I should need to be left, not right. And then load that into E. And then I can call get collision alternate. And that would be the opposite of this, which would be no record spawn. Okay, so that's, no, that's not right, because if it's not solid here, so we need to check. So previously we were checking if both of them are blank, but now we're just checking if one of them is solid. As long as one of them is solid, then we can record the spawn. So let's make this record spawn. And change this to, if it is solid, we go to record spawn. Otherwise, we're going to do this check, and we're going to do it on the other foot instead. And that should be capital L. And then this should be right foot. So now we're checking the right foot. Same check, but this time, if it's not right, we can go to no record spawn. However, if it is right, then we can start recording the spawn, in which case we're going to take our current screen and we're going to store that at player respawn screen. Player, God, everything I type is wrong at the moment. Player X, which should be player respawn X. This would be player respawn Y, and this would be player Y. So all this is doing is just keeping a record if we're in the right place, making sure that we record the right thing. So let me put a note in here to say record the spawn point if it's valid. Which then means in player spawn up here, which is the bit that was going horribly wrong before. I don't know where that is now. Take control. In here, we can grab these values. So let's just do this first, and then we'll try. Well, that's one thing I was definitely doing wrong, but now that's right. Okay. Let's get another rum on the go. Do you think the coders at Tesla have a bottle of wine and 5 shots of rum while wasting self-driving code? I'd hope so. I wouldn't trust it otherwise. Okay, so hopefully now, if I die... Okay, it's still not putting me in the right place. So let me just undo that. Let me just make sure it's actually spawning me, respawning me, ignoring the kind of record at the bottom. Okay, so it's spawning me back up here, but the player respawn X and Y is incorrect. So let's see where that is in here, because we can watch that value and make sure that that kind of matches. So player respawn. Okay, so D013, D014. Okay, let me close all of these windows. Okay, so D013, D014. So D013, D014. Oh, cancel. Okay, at the moment that's showing FF9F, which is definitely wrong. So that value is not being recorded correctly. And you can see it's not being recorded at all as we move through this. So that value is not being stored, and that is the problem here right now. So let's go and have a look at the bottom here again, where we do that. Okay, so this is where we're doing the work for that. Okay, so I can see one problem here is we're using E twice, whereas this should actually be D, this one here, and D on this one here. Because those values are being recorded up here in E and D in that order, 0 and 1, E and D, 0 and 1. Okay, so let's give that another try. Okay, this is just going to put me up here anyway, so what I need to do is go and have a look at that memory address. Okay, so this is looking more like it. So this is actually 2620, and as I move around, only when I land on solid ground is it deciding that I'm in the right position, and it is matching the right positions. Okay, so that case, now I can go back in here and I can say, okay, accumulate should be player respawn X, player respawn Y. So now when I die, I think I will appear at the next solid piece of ground that I was on. And that's spot on. That's exactly what it's doing there. It's putting me at the next piece of solid ground. Okay, there was a little bit of a bug there with the sprite. I'm not sure what that is. There we go. Which is probably just due to the frame that we're storing. So we might need to store the frame as well. So let's do that by doing a few things here. So what we're going to store here, I don't think we need that anymore. I'm going to get rid of that. Let me just see if that compiles without that. Yeah, it does compile without that. Okay. What I'm going to store here is player respawn state. But also, oh my God. But player restart frame as well. And also player restart attribute as well while we're at it. Because I think it's the attribute that's breaking there because of the way we do the whole double kind of use of the sprite attributes. So I think what we need to do here is basically, well, this block actually, I can just copy this. God. Really? Really? You can do that to me right now? Thank you. We just need to make sure we record those values as well. And then we need to set the screen stuff up as well. So down here, where we record these values, could do the same that we did up there by just duplicating that block down here. That becomes player respawn attribute. This becomes player attribute. This becomes player respawn frame. So this is going to make sure that we appear in exactly the same state that we were in before. Should be all right, I think. Just going to make sure by kind of trying to move in this direction. There we go. It seems to have fixed it. We're not getting that weird glitch anymore. So the only other problem we've got here is that this is only going to work on screens where we don't go across. So, for instance, here, this is the last time we touched solid ground, right? This is not solid ground here. And if I go into this screen, we're still not on solid ground. So if I switch, you see how it tried to set me in a different place? It's going to spawn me there because that's the right place. But if I go, so you watch, right? This is the last solid ground I touch here. If I go to here, it should respawn me on the previous screen. But what it's going to do is it's going to respawn me around about here, and then it's going to throw me this way because I'm in that mode. So the way I need to deal with that, I've already got the player current screen here. So in the respawn, I need to do an extra check here. So the extra check is quite simple. It's just load the accumulator with current screen. Compare the accumulator to player respawn screen. If those values are not the same, then this will be non-zero. But if it is 0, then I can jump to skip, which will be here. Otherwise, what I need to do is I need to transfer this value. So I need to load. I should probably do this the other way around, actually, like this. Because then I can just transfer it across, which is pretty easy. So what I do is I transfer into the accumulator into C contents of the accumulator, and then call map draw. Six, 7, 6. Okay, what have we done there? Why doesn't that work? Why does it work one way but not the other way? Okay, fine, I'll switch them around. I don't know why that's different, but apparently it is. Compare the accumulator to the contents of this memory address. Okay. I basically need to do... I'm not sure why that would fail, though. That's weird. I think it's going to fail again, though. Yeah, it is. Okay, so why is that failing? Compare the accumulator to... Load the accumulator with a value. Compare the accumulator to a value in another memory address. Can I not do that? Maybe I can't do that. Maybe I need to do... maybe I need to do this. Oh, what a dumb language. That is such a dumb language. That's annoyed me, actually. That's annoyed me how terrible that is. Okay, cool. So you can see it's respawning me in the right place here. So now I'm going to do this check here. So you saw before we had a problem where if we were halfway across this bridge and died, it's a problem. So I'm on solid ground now. If I die here, okay, it's kind of working. It's moving me into the right place, but what it's doing is it's setting the wrong timeline. So I'm also going to record the timeline as well. So that is load accumulator with transition current, I guess. Let's move this up to the respawn routine, just here. Six, 9, 5. Why is that? Oh, because I'm doing too many A's here. Okay. What did I do wrong there? Okay, because that should have been here like that. There we go. Oh my god, seriously? Load accumulator address should be square brackets. That's what I'm doing, right? Why am I not doing that? I'm doing that everywhere, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's fine. Don't know what you're on about. You're going crazy. Are you drunk? What's going on? Okay, so it's fine there. So let's try it over this side. So fill it with power. Solid ground here. Come to here. Die. Okay, but it hasn't done the transition. And it hasn't done the transition because I've done the call screen before then. So in our player spawn, where was it? Here. This stuff here should probably happen last. Should work if it's... No, for some reason Game Boy Z80 uses square brackets, not those brackets. I don't know why it's different on Game Boy Z80, but it is. I think it's the assembler. I mean, it must be the assembler, right? Okay. And there we go. Sweet. So if I get to here and I change, I will appear on the previous screen with the whatever mode I was in when I died. Cool. Oh. I guess let's make the live counter go down as well. We're not going to put the game over in right now, but we can put the live counter going down just to test that. So we've got player lives here, so hopefully we should be able to very easily put that in. Game over won't happen yet, but we can do this bit. It's no problem. Where's the player respawn gone? Where is it? Why do I find this hard to find once I've moved away from it? There it is. So we do the counter down here. So hopefully now when we die, we should see a life counter go down by one, which is not doing. Oh, it is. Oh, why did the life counter start at then? It's decreasing there. Oh, because we started on 5. Okay. Sweet. Okay, cool. I think we're gonna call it a night there, actually, guys. I think that's enough for tonight. It's taken me a while to get there. I've been quite drunk doing this one, so it's been interesting. I'll let this tune play out though. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I know it's stupid, right? That is the absolute worst thing ever, Andy Magic Night. Honestly, not being able to compare the accumulator with an address is just ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, that is actually probably my worst, my least favorite thing so far about it. So, all right, let's find someone to raid. Chinese Hulk is on. He's playing Hollow Knight. Oh, I'm going to watch that a little bit because I want to play some Hollow Knight. All right, let's go and raid him then. You can with index registers, but they don't exist. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you've just requested a tune, Proton. God damn it! All right, I'm going to have to wait then for this tune to play. I'll let this tune play out, and I'm going to have to cancel the. Please don't request any more tunes. I'm not gonna turn it off. I'm just gonna leave it as it is. It was 6 minutes long as well. God damn you, Proton. Okay, no, I'll let it play out. I'll let it play out. I think we've done all right tonight. Can I test on real hardware? Yeah, let's give that a go while we wait. Then no more SID requests, then please. If you do SID requests now, it will get played on the next stream, but it won't get played now. So let's give it a try on real hardware because we're getting pretty far in this, to be honest. Now, this is getting very close to feature complete, which is nice because all we've then really got to do is spend some time in the editor, right? Okay, so this is the game, but I don't want that one. What I want is the one that we've created. Should be in projects Cosmos. There we go. And there is that the right one? Yeah, that is the right one. Okay. What's the bet? I haven't got enough battery power in this. No, I got power. Well, I mean, that's just unfair, Andy, because that means that's the first thing we're going to hear when I turn the stream on. Which is fine by me because I turn the stream on 5 minutes before you guys come. So, okay, cool. So, I don't know if you can see that. It's going to be really hard to try and play like this, but let's give it a try. Okay, so. It seems to be working. All the timelines are working correctly, which is good. Oh no, so there's a bit of a bug there. I don't know what it did there. Okay, let me try that. So what I did then was I jumped as I changed. So I went down here, and then I got to here, I jumped and then changed. Oh no, that kind of works fine here. Oh shit, that's annoying. Different behavior on real hardware. Okay. Shit, that's going to be difficult to figure out. All right. Well, we'll have to have a look at that on the next stream. I'm not going to worry about it too much now. Okay, let this tune play out to almost the end, and then I'll start the raid. Yeah, it was during the change in the timeline, so I don't know if it's. Let me go and get more. Oh my god, I can't repeat it. That is going to be frustrating. So we're going to have to do, or I'd say I'm going to have to do some real hardware tests to work out what's going on here, because it is different. I'm glad. The thing is, though, I'm happy because I've got the. Oh, it did it then. I don't know what I did, but it did it then. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I need to have a think about this now. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's one for next stream, I think. So I'm not going to worry about it too much now. Are you guys going to sleep now? I mean, I'm certainly going to try. I've been pretty good, but I did have a nap this afternoon, which may have kind of ruined it a little bit. So I'm not entirely sure I will be able to sleep that easily, but I'll give it a try. Proton, you seem to have the same sleeping patterns that I do, where you just, if you're tired, you sleep. If you're awake, you're awake, and it doesn't really matter if it's day or night. You seem to have exactly the same kind of odd pattern that I do. I'm certainly going to try to sleep, but I'm not holding my breath. I've not been very good at it, but so I am gonna give it a try anyway. I'm gonna try. I think I need to eat something. I don't think I've got any crisps left. I need to find something to munch before I go to sleep. I might try and make a sandwich or something. All right, cool. Let's call it a night there then, guys. 40 seconds left on this tune, so let's start the raid and go and see what Chinese Hulk is up to. He's playing Hollow Knight, so, and I like Hollow Knight, so let's just bring him up on here so I can actually see when it goes on. Cool. And I'll see you guys on Thursday. So on Thursday, we're going to start doing the destructible environment in Checkanoid. So I think it should be quite good because we're going to start to see the particle effects. We're going to start to see a bit of kind of actual gameplay. So it should be pretty decent. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. And I'll see you all on Thursday. All right. Take care. Cheerio.